1, 2, and
we're here
and rolling.
No.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Jamboree Sydney, the most fantastic and anticipated day of the Sport Compact season, and it is so good to have Garrett Advancing Motion as our support sponsor for the Jamboree. I shouldn't say franchise, not a franchise. It's a phenomenon. That's what it is. Joining me on the mic today is none other than Matty Cav, and time to get the metric spanners out, Matty Cav. We are here at Jambo, and I know that you've been frothing hard to get a little bit more of this action here, mate, because it's incredible.
Mate, I've come here for all the two-step action. I want to see some brap. I want to see it all. It's all here this weekend, and already in the pits we're here and warming up. Yesterday, big test session yesterday. Quite a few cars out. I think they've sort of got their head around the track now. So, look, conditions this weekend as well are going to be fantastic. It's nice and cool this morning. We know the sun's coming onto the track. But the best part is we get to hang out with all our friends once again at Jambo.
Yeah, absolutely. And that atmosphere you do not get. And I know you go to, we go to a lot of drag meetings during the year, and every pit's got a different. Honestly, if you walk through blindfolded for 90% of the events, you wouldn't pick which event it is. But you cannot deny.
It's distinctive.
Jamboree there's no pit like it in the world. I know that we do have, all of our friends in Puerto Rico and, they go to Orlando as well and Atco and Maryland. Those pits kind of sound the same, but this is Aussie Jambo, and they don't sound any better than that. We're very, very lucky, of course, because, we've got some of the best rotary workshops, I think, in the world, all in this country. Jambo's kind of where, I call it the metric mecca. It's where we all come to meet just get out there and absolutely send it, not only for the shops, but, for all the customers. And we've got plenty of new customers that want to come in and be a part of it. And, of course, that's why the whole thing seems to be continuing to grow on an upward trend, because people do want to get out there and have a go, and you can get in a variety of different categories. Our first category that's going to be up this morning, for example, is Street Compact. That's our, if you call it a feeder category, it's kind of our, where a lot of the street cars come through. So that's coming up in just a sec to start us off in Modified Compact, thanks to Bosch Motorsport. But then there's the full tilt cars that come in after that, and then that's just next level commitment. But guess what? There's a few more of those again popping up here next year. It's always a bit of a barometer. It's like, how are we all going in the scene? Well, there's another new car. There's another new car. Here's all our heroes that continue to come. It's like, well, we're going well. But you just need to keep seeing the new stuff. And I know that we're going to see some new stuff here. And some news too when they all come out. Just talk about, some of them have had really good couple of weeks. Some of our OGs that have been around for a long time, and we'll talk about them throughout the day as well. But it is just good to see that people choose this event as, I want to be a part of this like no other event. We've got to make Jambo, and like we've had people come from, Queensland, South Australia, everywhere in between, Victoria, North Queensland. It's good to see that they all want to meet here and gather and have a crack at it, because it's not easy to win one of those Billet J trophies. It's very hard. You've got to. It's as we've seen, it's a battle of survival. It's only we test for a couple of days, but it's only one day. So we've got to get through today. So first of all, we've got to get nice 3 qualifiers down. Everything goes perfect. We'll have 3 good qualifiers, and then we're into the racing where we've got a bit of Chicago and shootout in some of those categories where they go 3 rounds. So you're kind of going to go, you've got to go 3 rounds of qualifying, 3 rounds of racing, and if you're really, really good, you'll go to the final, and then that's how you win one. But sometimes it won't always be the quickest or fastest, but it's going to be the survivors. So it's about who survives the day. And I hope all you guys survive the day too. Make sure you keep yourself hydrated. If you haven't got yourself some sun protection, let me tell you, Jamboree Central up the top here, of course, of the spectator mound. You'll see our Jamboree tent there. We've got our Garrett display there as well. J Central's full of all the merchandise, some great designs. Always keeping the designs up to date. The colours are also important. They're there as well. There's no excuse for you not to be able to get protected today from the sun with a great hat from the Jamboree merchandise there. Plus, that's where you could really fast track all your Christmas shopping. You could do a lot of Christmas shopping here today without having to, go, right, I've got all these friends I've got to buy for that I was going to buy for. I'll grab it today, because then when you get to that rush like I do, December 23,
24.
24.
You've gone a day early.
24.
Are you getting organised as you
Matty.
mature in age?
I just didn't want to make it sound like I was completely hopeless, but yes. And this is a great opportunity to grab all that stuff before that time. So I always tell people, Christmas not too far away, people. It's May. But go and grab all that J merchandise because it's really good stuff for Christmas.
Where's all the time gone already, really, this year? So
May.
I know.
God.
Look, there's plenty of birthdays between now and then too. Someone's got to have a birthday in the back half of the year, so make sure you grab all that Jamboree merchandise as well.
Yeah, birthdays, yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty. There's plenty to go. Why wouldn't you go up there and grab it? I mean, what I do love about Jamboree is, like you say, we see some of the OGs coming out, but there's cars that sporadically come out drag racing for different events throughout the year. But no matter what happens, the workshop bonds together to make sure they're here for this weekend, especially for a Jamboree event. Other forms of drag racing, they try and make it out, but they ensure they are here to take on Jamboree. And some great news out of testing yesterday. So we saw Colin Wilshire there in the 6.17.
Yes.
Four-cylinder.
Yes, no,
that was impressive.
It is, and you know what, it was only the information I gathered from them last night talking to them is that, of course, initially I thought it's still, because you can't really, the thing about that car, because it's compound turbo, I don't know whether that's the reason because it's compound turbo, but it's one of the quietest, most deadliest cars I've ever seen. You know what I mean? You could barely hear the thing go down the track. So it's hard to hear the engine. It's hard to hear the gear changes. Now, I know that he had bought a 7-speed Liberty because, the brunettes from Canada, they were the quickest in the world until the no-war Honda sort of went 585 last year. They had a 7-speed in it. So I was talking to Blaze and Pete. And I said, so it's still got the 7-speed? No, we put the 5-speed back in it. They found that because it's got these lower, the gear set's a lot lower, first, second, third. Said we couldn't load the car up enough in those low gears. And when you look at the footage of that car, No War in the States, sometimes it was going nearly over half a dozen runs where you've got that on anti-lag, you've got it on the limiter, and it just goes and it just bogs purely because there's no load on it. Like, you really need that resistance. You need to offset the resistance of leaving the line. That really just keeps the turbo spinning, and that's more about it, loading the engine up that the turbo actually reacts to the load and spools up. So you're making that torque, you're continuing to make that torque, but they found that, it is a little bit hit and miss. You can put a 10,000 chip in it and drop the clutch and hope that it does load up, but they found that they couldn't load the car up enough with that really short first gear for it to, because, the size, they're compound too. Remember, you're trying to get 2 turbos up. So, even then that might even be, slightly different sort of finicky. But so, yeah, back to a 5-speed. It went 17 and Colin said even on that run, that was a slow 60 at 102. It sort of went into the 9.8s on the previous runs. So there's still a little bit more because there was nearly a tenth just where the 60 was. Well, that could have been 6.0 something. Who knows what the captain's going to come up with? All I know is he hasn't. I mean, remember, he was the world's quickest at one stage. And you know what? As much as, he's not now because obviously we've had No War. The brunettes have improved. I think Pima Racing's improved. Kaka Dowd. So there's like 4 or 5 cars I've just mentioned that have sort of got just into the 6 ones as well. But how exciting is that? 6 or 7 cars. So Canada, Puerto Rico, Brazil, Australia, Sweden. In that top 10, we've literally got a World Series of the quickest 4-bangers in the world. And, Cole's still there. That 620 flat that he ran a while ago, 229, I think, was, the mark up till then, other than the Canadians. But even now, like as we said, that K-Series, a K-Series has come in there, a K-Series Honda's come in there and gone to the top. So what are we? K24, so K24, Ecotech, K24 Ecotech, I think K-Series again, Cobalt, the Cobalt was an Ecotech or Opal. There's a Volvo motor in there. It's all happening. I love it. I love the small stuff on Boost, and we've got that much of it here today, folks. Get onto your friends, your family. Gorgeous day. Come out and enjoy it. The atmosphere. Even if everyone just bought one new friend today, I think we can change them. We're in the beginning of Modified Compact, and there's Ashley Magnonis in the, hopefully not broken S12 Gazelle. Brad Hill from Black Track Performance, and he's running down a very expensive 32, 1188 at 190 mile an hour. It's good to see that Bagdonis went through, and yeah, when you see a car stop like that, you think, uh-oh, carnage number one.
You think mechanical failure, don't you? I think that might have just bogged down, but...
Yeah, well, I reckon she's sticky as hell. So these guys are...
They'll be glued up this morning.
Hang on a sec. Just hold the phone. Ricky Crow in a Toyota Camry. His sponsor says is his dad, my dad. Next to him is Bradley Halliburton, the Cressida, 2.5 litre, so 1JZ, black track performance. I'm very sus on cars like Camrys, just in case. I'm just watching the ET.
Not a hybrid.
Now remember, I don't think we have an ET cut-off in modified compact, so maybe Ricky Crow said, I'm going to run modified compact at Jambo. Dad, can I borrow the Camry? And here we go, 10.52. Yeah, so street compact, sorry, not modified compact, street compact. 10.52 and 16.50. Now, that's not bad for a Camry.
But can it do it each time? That is the question, really. It's all about doing it.
Yeah, we are in street compact. Sorry, Matty. That's Link ECU, our sponsor for street compact. Link ECU, we've got the display down there. Now, here you go. Elijah Bendevsky and Randall Graham. Randall, the XD. God, don't you wish you got onto an XD before they
skyrocketed in price? Yeah.
Oh, everything.
We turned a few of them into race cars, didn't we? They were very cheap. You could buy them for $100. Now they're starting at about $30.
Everything in Australia's just gone ridiculous.
I'm going to assume being 4 litre, it's going to be a Barra turbo, but you never know. The single overhead cam has been around. It's a bit of a cult following, isn't it, when it comes to turbocharging those? And they're making big power out of them as well.
It's got black track sticker on the back there, so yeah, it's had some attention on it, I'd say. So it could be Barra. It does say 4 litre turbo. I mean, it could be an Intec. They are still around and doing very well for themselves. I'll tell you a story a bit later on about one of...
he's lined up slightly crooked,
yeah,
though,
he's,
to the right.
He's doing a bit of preload, but here we go. Got the Sora there with the 1JZ on it. We might even have a stick shift on board for the XD. I don't know. I was trying to watch the attitude of the car. Now he's sort of petering off. 14.52. They're both backing off. 14.52 and 13.35. They were both on a bit of a march there. I thought they were doing pretty well.
I reckon Graham, I hope he hasn't done anything. We look at the tyre marks there. One tyre mark goes a bit further than the other.
Yes.
So let's hope that's not an axle or something.
No,
like
let's hope not. Wade Benson now, he's in the FG Ute. And how about this? Rick Bartley from Tarneet in Victoria. Link Engine Management, a 1500cc Starlet.
The big block is on board, the Paseo motor.
Is it?
1.5. They come out with a
1.5.
1.3. I've got a mate of mine in Darwin that has these things. He's run 10 seconds in a twin-engine version of this.
Has he really?
It's got a motor front and back, so...
Oh, really?
All-wheel drive.
And that's up in Darwin?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. So that quick, I know we've seen this go well in the 11th one. Bring a look at him moving around on track 2 towards the centre line.
Yeah, wow.
Ricky Bartlett.
He's got the Link ECU on board, 1094, 147, 147 mile an hour for a Starlet. That's definitely got to be Australia's fastest Starlet. I know that we've got one in Victoria that's been hotting up. I know that could be it, but I didn't think it was that name unless it's changed hands. But 147 mile an hour, and we're lucky where we're sitting here. We're virtually looking straight down the racetrack and just watching the thing walk. Like it's just walking over towards the centre line. He's banging gears, and that's impressive. So
the amount of forged internals and things you can get for a Starlet nowadays is incredible.
Is that right? My brother's got an Echo. Are they the same sort of engine? Echo and Starlet?
I don't know of an Echo.
The Echo's, he's got like the little egg Echo there, but he's done IT. He's made ITBs for it. He's put some sort of thing on it. And we're out at a track day the other day, and he nearly got pinged just for induction noise. He goes, "Oh, they're checking your decibel." He goes, "My exhaust is quite." I said, "I think it's the induction they're getting you on." All right, so that's the end of our first qualifying session for Link ECU Street Compact. I would dare say we're into all motor thanks to Bulletproof Diesel, and you might need your earplugs in for some of these things. Oh my God, look at this, Sam Constantinu, 13B and a Datsun 1000 wagon. Me likey. And we've got Troy Ford from Coonawarra in New South Wales. Wayne Penrose Volkswagen. It's a 58 Beetle, and it's 2332. 2332cc. Nice size for a Beetle motor. But how's that little...
It's got some wheelie bars on it too.
How's the cranky... We're going to have a few cranky rotaries in All Motor today.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Oh, mate, All Motor, let me tell you, mate, when I get my car finished, I'll be right in here. Not with a rotor, though. Got to keep the piston guys in there. All right, let's hear it, let's hear it. Oh, no! No, Sam, please. It's going to be something broken in that. Just the way that it reacted. Is it the diff? Is it something, gearbox?
I'm looking at the crew chief just trying, or what the next crew chief standing there trying to get his shoes off the track.
Yeah, 12.
She's glued today.
12.19 at 116 for Troy Ford, but Sam Constantinou might be our first piece of carnage. That's not good. I hate it. I hate it as much as we're an exciting sport, and even All Motor can prove that, you know, we are the lower horsepower cars of the whole lot here, but, you know, bit of weight in the flywheel, and this is what's good for All Motor rotors, and I've watched a lot of Puerto Rican drag racing. They have events called Aspirados, where they're NA or they run nitro, and they do let them run sort of NA with nitrous spray. And, you know, big heavy flywheels these cars run. You get all that RPM up. You use that big heavy flywheel, drop the clutch, lets you store some of that RPM as you leave, and normally that's enough inertia to keep you going through. But I'd say just in that case, the weak link has been found. It's a shame. It's a gorgeous car. Gorgeous little Datsun 1000 wagon. You don't see too many of them, but look at that. That is a great looking setup. But unfortunately, no, that is the Starlet from Victoria. I thought, oh, there used to be a white one in Victoria, used to go really fast. Guess what? That's it. That is it.
It's temporarily in New South Wales.
147 mile an hour. Here we go. Look at this. Mazda 1300 wagons. Janie, you'd be loving this.
They're multiplying.
Janie.
Paul Matheson, the 73 Mazda wagon. 13B, pig 13B on the place too, the white wagon. Our lime green Mr. Rhoda, Nick Jack. Now yesterday, did I read something? He ran in the 9s.
Oh, let's have a look. Let's just see, because I know he does a very, very stout 13B. He's got a full tube car at ET Chassis built for him that he hasn't finished yet. He's going to go 20B. He wants the 20B world record. So he's got another whole car that's just been built. It's the most amazing little full tube 1300. Wagon. Let's just see, we've got Paul Matheson beside him. All Motor gets a bit exciting, doesn't it? No turbos anywhere, but 20. Oh! It gets out, 156 at the 60 foot. And sort of went a little bit sideways with wheel speed. 687 on half track. Now we just legs that 13B out. 1083. May not have been him. 1083 at 122. 1083 at 122. 1404 for Paul Matheson. But yeah, pretty exciting stuff.
Still 122 mile an hour there. So puts him to number 1 too, Mr. Rhoda, in the qualifying so far in the All Motor. Thanks to Bulletproof Diesel.
Yeah, right, Ben Palmer and Paul Slyman. Paul from Strathfield, the 100 racing team, RX3. Benny Palmer from Daisy Hill. Now, this is Benny Palmer, who's been around for a long time in the rotary scene, Queensland. He's a school teacher, I think. I didn't know he had an all-motor car in him.
Something's just coming out the back of his car, too.
You see something?
Something's gone across. He's just sitting on the wall now.
You've got very good eyesight.
Flickering away.
13.05 to a 13.50, both at 103. But yeah, I don't know. It's
well, Benny Palmer's car did pick the front wheels up for a moment and bogged down before it took off. Further along, about halfway down the burnout pad, there's something there.
So Sam's stranded here with the wagon, and they're on the phone. Either they need to be towed back or whatever. It could be the diff or, you know, drive shaft or whatever. But it's not the best way to start your Jambo, is it?
No, not the way you want to keep things off. You're busy, and you know you don't get the smell of diff oil out of your hands for something in the diff. No, that's with you for the next 2 weeks.
Well, it didn't. I don't know. Did it drop much at all? Like,
I don't think it
dropped
any
had
fluid.
A puddle. So maybe it could be a uni or something like that. But even if it has done something diff-wise, it could have taken a couple of teeth off the crown wheel or something. That's the thing with these. They normally do a nice big. They normally do a big button clutch. You know, like the clutches are pretty aggressive. And I think that's it. It's no mercy. It'll find the weak spot every single time, an aggressive clutch like that.
They're looking for the piece I'm talking about. It's up near the photographer in the middle of the burnout pad, if you can hear me. That's where it is. Yep, they're running up now. I don't know what it is. Something very small.
Yeah, it's well spotted, Matty Cab. I saw something fly off, and I'm so used to seeing things fly off cars. I stopped focusing where they all end up. I'm just seeing where the more stuff comes out of it. You know, you see a bit fly off, and it's like, well, what else is going to come off it?
What cable tyres come loose? That's
Yeah, could be.
Oh, Beetles are going to go at it now.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. There's so many different ways to do all motor, and I'm sure glad that we're holding on to the VW roots. Of course, you know, initial Jamboree founder Ray Box was, you know, still is a V-dub guy through and through. And, you know, our first Jambos started with a whole bunch of V-dubs. Good to see we've still got them turning up. Michael Holman from Ninging in Queensland and Nick Betts from Narangba. So both guys from Moreton Bay Regional Council area up in Queensland. My council. It's a big area. Come on, Beetle boy. Oh, boy, I'll jump. You never see the Beetles break too much stuff, do you? You know, they'll crash. And remember, they've got all the physics on their side, like all the way. You don't see them bust too much stuff. I know they use combi transaxles and all that sort of stuff. Look at that, 11.79 and 12.49 for Michael Holman.
Yeah, Holman, they looked at the wheels and bogged down. So we're going to see a couple of 11-second Beetles today, Joe. Start he probably wanted for Holman, but Nick Benz goes number 2 in qualifying at 11.79.
Did anyone hear that? Yes, of course you did. You heard it everywhere. Here's Alf Axiak. Now, he's like Mr. All Motor almost, Alf. Alf, you know, has gone 880s. He had a little RX-7 20B car. I think he ended up crashing it here, and then now he's got another one together, a pretty cranky 13B on board, and Alf the Axiak. Let's just see what he does. I think he's going to go number 1 if everything goes well. Goes to prove you don't need a turbo.
Listen to the RPM. Oh, wheels are up.
Oh, it was a nice launch and everything. And then it'll just lose power. Wow, 172 in the 60. It came out. That was like 172 on the back wheels. That came out with a big launch. And then, yeah, nothing after that. I don't know what's happened there. It's definitely cut.
It's gone silent.
It just went absolutely silent after that launch. It came down. And even when it came down, like it didn't even have any ignition there. It came down. You didn't hear it sort of brap on the way down. It's sort of down to nothing. So I wonder whether he can, whether that'll just start
Unless they've
again.
got something in the ECU
It's
trying
left.
to do the launch control,
That's
maybe.
that's left hook as well, eh? That's a left hook. So that makes that a very...
You just don't know with technology if they've got a launch control in there where it's measuring the height of the car as it goes up, maybe.
Oh, like a wheelie sensor or
Yeah.
something. I mean, that's more of a sort of a radial thing. There's plenty of that going around, and I don't know.
Are they experimenting with that here?
Oh, I don't think he'd need wheelie control. He had a stick on the back. He had a big stick with a wheel on the back.
So?
Radial guys call them chicken sticks, but they're actually quite practical. Phil Penny was telling me last weekend his little Honda. He said, I'm going back to a 10.5 just for Jambo, and I'm going to put the chicken sticks on. I said, mate, do that. And he said, I'm going to send it. I said, yeah, do it. He's okay. He's gone.
So it is something obviously breaking down in the motor.
Now
there. That doesn't look like a driveline issue at all.
So that did have a, it's got a clutchless gearbox in it. You can hear him sort of just quickly going through the gears. But look, that's a shame. I think Alf no doubt has got the capacity to go to number 1 with that car. I know that if we get them all in the same place on the same day, we can definitely represent a pretty decent all-motor field. And we've got a nice group there now. But I think we had 13 in there. But I just know that I'm trying to get my Suzuki done by next year so I can be an all-motor and have a crack. But anyway, we've got to get some 4 cylinders in there representing.
Street 289, brought
Oh,
by
my
Speed
God.
Flow.
Here's Mohammed Salama and John McDade.
I suppose for the viewers, 289. We talk about that is 28-inch high, 9-inch wide.
Yeah, 28.
On the
Yeah,
back
so,
tyre.
yep, so Speed Flow Street 289. It was kind of, in the old days, it was like we called it Osmod, or, it's the untubbed class, 28.9. Can't really do too much in the suspension mods. You've got to keep original suspension pickup points, all that sort of stuff. We went through a period there where, we had the microscope on it because it was the hottest class around. And we saw it into the 7-second zone, and these cars were just getting quicker and quicker. Jono McDade from Cedar Grove in Queensland, at 2JZ on board, the 200SX. Moe, 13B on board, Hurstville Towing, you name it. BB Performance, Tuners Edge, South Coast Rotary, they're all there. Jono from 101 Motorsport, he's had this car for years, and it's a tribute, gorgeous car. Jono McDade's always turned up at Jambo and always run in Street 289. Now, I don't know where the numbers are going to be in Street 289 today. There's a few big stories to come through here, and let's just see them all come through, and we'll let you know. Big shout out to everyone watching live on our stream, thanks to Overtaking Lane, the official Jamboree live stream. We've got people from all over the world tuning in there, so big shout out, and like and share that please and get it out there. We've got some of the best small car racing and big car racing to come today. All right, Street 289. Oh, out like a rocket, Bowie, he loved it, 127 to 60. Jono just missed the mark on the launch, but here comes the number, 801 at 172, not a bad start. I think they got it into the sevens last night and ran, I think, a PB mile an hour, but that car, I even think it's still like an E85 engine. It's not even a methanol engine, so it just keeps giving them the love. You start seeing as soon as you start going methanol in 13Bs and bigger clearances and all that, their engines, need more love and servicing. But the boys just continue on that engine, on the 85, it just keeps giving you those numbers. Here's TJ Graham now, that's the RX-8, thanks to 101 Motorsport and Fab Lab, and Dan Smith, also Fab Lab, Auto Perfection. Of course, that's Brenton DeRuta's business and I think YouTube channel. And Daniel Smith is the hired gun to drive this. This ran a 7. This is one of Australia's very few 7-second 4-cylinder street cars. So this did drag challenge this year, went 8:38 on day 5, and they've taken weight out of it. It's K24 Honda powered and a power glide. And when it's not doing wheelies, it's running 780s. So let's see what he does here for the first run. So Dan Smith driving Brendan DeRuta's Celica, K24 power. Not too many 4-cylinder 7-second street cars. Oh, nice little wheelie. 126 into 60, just bobbed them up, half track 506. Keep an eye out for a 7-second run, 782. I think that's even a more bigger PB now. 782, 178 mile an hour from the Celica street car on a 28.9 tyre.
TJ Graham ends up with an 864 at 129 miles an hour there. Daniel Smith, number 1 in qualifying here in the Speedflow Performance Street 289.
Yeah, that keeps on coming from Stephen Dymek, the 13B Turbo RX2, to Corey Hunter from Harkness and Victoria. Of course, Darren Hunter's car. Corey, the son, driving this thing. Go the 8-valve, G180 Isuzu. They just keep on giving. They will go down on record as one of the strongest OEM iron-blocked 2-valve engines. They are an incredibly strong engine. Darren Hunter's been on this thing like for 25 years, 30 years doing Geminis. Corey's behind the wheel. Darren did put the shout out the other day looking for a new gearbox because he's got a G-force in this thing, but I think he's sick of putting bits in it because this little Gem makes some steam. It's gone like, I think it's gone 850s, so it's pretty quick. And again, it's still streetable, but it's kind of morphed out of that. So a little bit more Street 289 action here. Piston versus rotor. And Steve's got to bump it in. I wondered, is Corey, they put the auto in this thing? I know he had an auto set up, but it's not running happy, yeah.
You normally see a clutch drop. No.
10.26 for Stephen Dymek, 13.36 for Corey, so that's most uncharacteristic for the Gem that gets into the 8s normally, but I just wonder, did they not get the bits to fix the G-force and they might have put an auto setup in it? Nothing surprises me. All right, now he's renamed this car, Scott Hoffman, because I gave him the name. I said, this is one of the world's smallest personal roller coasters. So he's entered it as the Corolla Coaster. So that's Hoff putting the extra polish on the name. So he calls this we're calling it the Corolla Coaster. But check this out. Daniel Miller beside him from Hilltop, New South Wales. This ran a 7 here, I think, last year or the last Jambo. It's a 1600. It's a 4AG Toyota motor, and it's running 7s. We don't hear about that too much.
Interesting engine combination for that.
The 4AGs, like, everyone's looking for cubes. But yeah, 1600cc, a very stout engine, the 4AGE, and you know what? I thought it was pretty stout until you see people like Daniel Miller take it to the next level, and then you go, wow, there's not too many 7-second 4AGE cars in the world. Big shout out to everyone watching online there. Yes, good morning to everyone. Wayne Humphreys and yeah, Johnny Barry. We've got a few of our regulars on there too. I noticed, because Overtaking Lane, they've got quite a lot of fans that love just getting into what they're doing. All right, let's have a look here. So there's going to be a bit of bump city here, mate. 2 turbo cars going in on boost.
Deep stage there. Miller on the Datsun. Oh, the wheels are up. Look at it go.
Hoffman, he pedalled it twice. It went 126 on the back wheels. He's off the throttle. He's got the shootout. And Dan Miller also had some issues too, so they nearly run identical ETs, 914 to a 903. 126 in the 60. I'd say on the back wheels for Hoffman. And a 111 mile an hour at the end there. But he drove that out. I saw it's almost like 2 little pedals. It still gave us all the sparks out from underneath it when it dropped. But I don't know whether he had any other signal from then on, Hoff, that he needed to back off or check it out. So one thing about that guy, mate, he'll go back and sort out if there was any issue in there. Dan Miller, same deal, but so impressive, that highly strung, big boost 4AG.
They've got 3 qualifying sessions this morning, so you know.
Hoffman, I call Hoffman one of these price of admission cars, is that when you see it the way it runs, you go, man, I've got my price of admission. That car's giving me an epic performance. So it is. Now talk about price of admission. Let's get Mark Barber out of the way. Now, of course, it doesn't matter how many cylinders you got on a 28.9. He's from Stockport, South Australia. It says 3-litre turbo. Now, could be an RB, could be a 2J, could be anything. Let's just say RB for now, right? Beside him, Paul Tester, Mr. 2600, ran 733 testing last week at 184. It didn't exactly break the internet, but when it came up and shared on Facebook, a lot of people shared it because it's like, wow, he's had this car for a long time, Paul Tester. It's the 4G54 with a clutchless gearbox on board. Oh, he's got a wheel stand as well, but he finds, towards the centre line. Keep on it, Tester. Wow, half track, 481, 745. 745, 184, what a drive. Mark Barber, 918 at 151. Geez, you got to love the drive jobs. You've got to love a drive job. That thing came out, and you know what I reckon the secret is in that car? She's got to slip a clutch in that. You can see it come out. It's got the right clutch.
It didn't lift the wheels till the back wheels had already crossed the start line.
Yeah, I do think... I think he's got the right clutch in it now, because that's an important final part of the combo. And I know, watching some of the world's quickest stick shift cars, you know, into the 6s at 220 mile an hour nearly, is that is a slight bit of a slip clutch in those things. So look, Paul Tester's got the old 4G54. Who needs a 16-valve cylinder head to go quick, eh? 8 valves to the front. Josh Dowd and Patrick Long. So Patrick from Wamberal, New South Wales, the Monster Performance RX-7 on a 28.9. Josh Dowd from Glenmore Park, the Supra. Could be a 7MGE, could be a 2JZ. Highly unlikely it's an RB30. I don't see too many RBs in Supras. I don't think I've ever seen an RB in a Supra. I think we've seen a people. There's Hoff coming back. Do we have Barras in Supras? I don't know. Have you ever seen a Barra in a Supra? Too expensive. All right, here we go. Street 289. We're still going well thanks to Speed Flow. Hope you're enjoying the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah, she's sticky, that track. Normally 28.9 cars, they can spin their way out of the start line and still run quick, normally wheel stand. 789, where did that come from? Josh Dowd, another 7-second 28.9 car. 789, 176, and Patrick Long, yeah, just the big bog off the line. Yeah, she's sticky, Matty Cav, so...
Be interesting to hear some readings off there, wouldn't there, this morning?
Yeah,
it's been cool overnight, so the sun's on it at the moment, but they've definitely done the track prep here this
If we get a bit of sun on that, and then hopefully not get too hot. Yeah, there we go. Paul Tester, 745. Daniel Smith in the Celica, 782. Josh Dowd, 789. So that's 3 piston cars in the top 3 spots. No rotors in there, so let's throw it out. Here's Brent Coles from Heritage Park in Queensland, one of the Coles boys. Brent, Tyler, and of course Andy from Spot On. This is the Spot On Performance RX-7. Now, look, Brent brought down his RX-8. Now, it's in the show and shine. It's his new drag challenge RX-8. Spot On's just finished it. LSA in it. I sat in the thing last night, and it's mid, mate.
Comfortable, you'll be driving along.
It is mid. So that's, yeah, so his LSA RX-8 is up in the show and shine, apparently. But this is Brent's, you know, race car. The RX-7, 13B on board, auto. I think it's a C4 from memory. Oh, that's one of the better launches, I reckon, for it. And he legs that thing out the half track 589. Goes for a little walk, I noticed, but it's okay. 917, 149 mile an hour. He's got himself in the field already. Yeah, check out that little Dado 1200. Yeah, that's just cool. 4AGE, I think, from memory on board. All right, we're clearing the screen, which means we must be into our next session, our next category. I think it is modified compact, is it? Yes. Modified compact bought us by Bosch Motorsport, and there's a few in this category too. And you know what? The combos, they all feel like they're, you know, very similar, but they're slightly different. You know, modified compact does allow you sort of any tyre size and any engine swap, and it's just more of a, you know, let it rip. You can have a whole back half car in that and it doesn't matter. Or you can have a 195, it doesn't matter. Russell Archer now and Cameron Barrerio. Hilux 13B Turbo. He runner-up, I think, at the last Sydney Jambo.
Oh, it's just got the front wheels off the ground from Barrerio as well. Oh, it's not doing too bad. 1.5 to 6. It goes 570 half track. 888. 151 from the Hilux.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the quickest Hiluxes of that ilk in the world. I mean, that's got to be early 70s, late 60s Hilux, that one.
Well, it takes me back to the late 90s, early 2000s when everyone was putting rotaries and Hilux shoes.
Well, that's it, but you don't see too many of that super old Hilux, you know, and that's like nearly light stout, back when the light stouts were there, and then that was that one, and look, you're never going to lose $1 on those things. Cameron Pease now and Disco Dean Ferris. So Cameron Pease, the Corolla, 2.5 litre turbo, so could be a 1JZ in the KE70. Disco Dean Barra on board for the Escort panel there. He runner-up at the Kenda last weekend, so he's done not too bad in the last 2 weekends. Bit of bump sitting for both guys, and Disco goes 09. Oh, nice wheel stand for the K7. He's still trying to drive it. And now he's out of it. Disco Dean goes 849 at 161 mile an hour, 547 to half track. Last week he went 550 with a 2 to get himself into the final of the 550 class. So there's a 47. And he's at number 1 qualifier at the moment with 2 Perrys down. Jambo, just full of stuff like big monster wheel stands and drive jobs. It's literally, if only you could trademark that, you know. Oh yeah, we'll put him down.
There. But we've got to keep track of this because we've got to judge the best wheel stand, and I think so far it's only qualifying session 1. It's early days.
Hoff could be in there yet. Pease as well. Yeah, so it could come from any angle. Now look, Varun Sharma, driving the Civic. So he didn't. Now I know he ran the Supra last weekend, I think testing, but here he is turning up with the Civic. Now I think one of his customers' cars. Steve McGurr, the RX-7 13B Turbo. I think this Honda is 4-wheel drive. I think. Just depends on how much it walks around as to whether it's 4-wheel drive or not. It might just be front-wheel drive. Now look at the back end of this run from the Honda. 168 mile an hour, 897 at 168. 965 at 140, great passes there. But yeah, Cameron Pease might be up for eligible wheel stand stuff. Yeah, look at all the more coming back here. Here comes Mr. 2600, Mr. Tester. What a drive job. You've still got one of the best exciting personal roller coaster, really, that thing, Mr. 2600. 2-valve to the front. Frank Canestra is back. Benny Clark from New South Wales. Benny Clark's been in a lot of finals in Modified Compact. Mr. Helly, now, it used to have the 20B in this. Now it's got the VR38 Godzilla engine in it. Turbos at the back, I think, from memory. I think that's what he's got. He had the...
Oh, yeah, I've actually read about this car, yeah. I think, is it a single or is it dual?
I think it's either might be a single on the back. I don't know. I thought it might have been twins, Basil, but let's just see. Was Mr. Helly okay? Let's just check this out.
It's just quiet, isn't it? Turbo in the back.
Yeah, and I don't know. This might be. I don't know whether he's coming. He might have done some runs, you know, on a Wednesday night or something like that. But
around.
we're just holding the mop under Mr. Helly, so it's nothing under the front they're concerned about. It's something at the back, whether it's just
a breather coming out.
Oh, Benny Clark does. Oh, Benny hit the wall too. Oh man. Oh man, you've driven that thing. It's just not like every run we're not seeing someone reach for the sky. If you put down Cameron Peace, you should put down Ben Clark. But as I said, it's a long day. We're going to have like 96 names in that little area.
We're going to need another 48 pieces of paper, I think.
Mr. Helly goes 11.56 at 1:08, but we didn't even, after a while, we just forgot Mr. Helly was running there because it was all about Ben Pearson. He's given that a nudge, dead set, giving it a big nudge. The thing's powering out. I bet you all of our paparazzi down on that side would be getting plenty of photos of it. Good run for Disco Dean, first shot, Bump City, into the 840s, and what a great little car that is. And here comes the Corolla, yes. Yes, Cam, that was exciting too. Thank you, Cameron Peace, for that wheel stand. The crowd really appreciated that, and I'm sure you did too. KE70s, God, I remember when KE70s were cheap, mate. You know what I mean? Like, this is a conversation that nearly everyone can talk about. Geez, I remember when that car was cheap. None of them are cheap anymore.
No, even 55s. Well, the K55s.
Oh, K55s,
yeah. They're getting expensive now.
Yeah, Benny drives this thing off now by the look of it. So he's got out just to make sure that maybe as a result of the impact that maybe something may have leaked.
Considering how much he kept going, Benny Clark, he just kept lifting the wheels every time he got on the power. He hasn't brushed that wall too harshly.
It was a big scrape, though. I'm sure. Well, actually, the people on the return road won't see that because it's going to be on our side. So we'll have a good view of it. So we'll have a look at it in a sec as he comes back. Still drivable, obviously, but hey, that start line is sticky. No doubt about that. That is a sticky start line. She's a sticky track. And I'd say we've got plenty of high-stepping photos already from the paparazzi.
What a way to kick off this Saturday race day. The Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree Sydney for 2023. Good to see so many people already joining us in the crowd and watching us, of course, on the live stream. The Overtaking Lane Media team getting it done again so all the fans of Jamboree can watch it. We continue on now with our modified compact class, all thanks to Bosch Motorsports.
Yeah, Leon Rosario in the water, the 20B RX3. And Aaron Murphy beside for Raymond Terrace, the FPV Typhoon, another black track car. And plenty out of the black track stable. But Leon Rosario from Ivanhoe in Victoria. This is a gorgeous car in every respect, a gorgeous car. More than enough horsepower on tap. The magic is to get it all applied as early as possible because, you know, a couple of things happen. It either can sometimes zing the tyres or put you into a big power wheel stand, and the car's too nice to be, you know, ramping that thing to the sky every 3 seconds. So Leon's just got normally a nice, comfy, safe tune off the start line in it before he feeds the power on. Let's just see. We're going to Bump City here again. There was a fast one with Aaron Murphy's gone. Oh, that's it. Oh, you see, he came out like a rocket. 126 in the 60, Rosario. Murphy's already there with a 978, but here is an 861. You've got to be happy with that. 861, 165. Street car as well, I think. A bit of street miles anyway.
I think Rosario too. Just modulate the throttle there. That wasn't full throttle all the way. Yeah, that came right up on the back wheels.
He had to. Parlo now, Boney from Burpengary in Queensland. It's the Barra on board. TT Sport and Talk Time. And Tim Fraser from Isabella and ACT, the Corolla. Now, he doesn't give us much info. It's a 76 Corolla. Yes, I like that. KE55 Turbo. Could be a 3K. Could be a 4A. Could be a 2J. Tim Fraser. Actually, I've got an expanded entry list here. Maybe I should read the expanded entry list. I saw that somewhere. And it would have something to do about Tim Fraser. Here we go, modified compact. Let me get it out here before the run, maybe, even after the run. Who knows?
It's good to go. Tim Fraser lines himself up. He's slightly to the left as well, alongside Paulo Bono in the XD Falcon. Of course, 4-litre turbo. We're going to assume Barra.
It says 3-litre. God, that narrows it down.
New combination to choose from.
Oh, Paulo goes for a pedal too in the taxi. The Corolla's going. 5:48.5 track. Keep an eye for an 8:35. Geez, modified compact. Give us some qualifying numbers, will ya? Tim Fraser with the 3-litre to number 1. RB30, thank you, Jesse Ferguson. RB30, thank you, Michael. Thank you, guys. Tim Fraser, RB30 on board. Go the mighty RB. There we go. It's good that we got guys that listen to us and can shoot us messages when we need the info.
Are we putting the XD down the wheel stand? No,
Oh,
we've had a
we've gotta
few.
say-
Oh, look, you know.
Let's save some paper.
No, we got to save some paper.
We've got entry 8187 here, so no namers yet. Darren Worthington from Dapto, 13B on board for the RX3. Yeah, no details on 8187. I'm trying to find some details. I'm sure that'll be in before racing. 8187 sounds like a, yeah, not on our list here at the moment, 8187.
No. Late entry.
Late entry. He's going to go and have a bit of a crack here in a sec. So we're just clearing out the... no, he's going by himself. Oh. H pattern on board for Worthington by the sound of it. Sounded like he did drop the clutch on it. But yeah, the thing got a little bit loose. He's decided just to roll off the throttle and ease on for a 1468 with 2 more sessions. It's just probably better to not overdrive the car and keep it in one piece. And he's done that because, yeah, nearly every single car that we see out here today has the potential for excitement and exhilaration because just the amount of horsepower that we've got on hand. The small cars, yeah, we've got a lot of small car combos, different tyre sizes, and just, yeah, look, the track is absolutely on point right now. Good morning to Dee Field. So good morning, Dee. She just said good morning to us there. Cam and Jaden goes, Hoff there right now. Yeah, Hoff just ran. Yes, I know Mr. Helly's been around there for ages. He's, we've got, as we talked about earlier today, we've got a lot of OGs out here. And so much history. And look at just their stuff coming back down the return road now. Doesn't matter what category you're in, Matty Cav. It's just the quality's in every category. So look, here comes Benny Clark with a bit of, you would assume a bit of scratching on this side. I can't quite see it
Try to
yet.
have a look at the side mirror because surely that has not survived. But it didn't come out on track. We didn't
Has
see
he
it
got
picked
the
up.
mirror on there? Can't see.
Yeah, it's still on there.
How you going, Benny Clark? You okay, mate? Bit more exhilaration? No, it's all together.
He's awake now.
Is it? Oh, a bit of bumper scrap. Oh, the bumper's a bit off. Oh, a little bit of wheel arch.
Actually, hardly anything really.
Bit of
on that
wheel
car.
arch. Yeah, just a little skim. Here comes our 7-second Celica with kind of like the Corolla front. It looks pretty interesting. 830s. You wouldn't pick the KE55 out of the group. You got an XD. You wouldn't even doubt the XD is a 7-second car. You wouldn't doubt the KE55. Look at it. 830s. Hello. 830s out of that thing. All right, here we go. Ryan Horwood from Lugano, New South Wales, the innovative customs Datsun 1200, 3-litre, yeah, 3-litre turbo. It's almost like Formula 3-litre, isn't it? Okay, boys.
We could do another category next one.
What's this one got in it, boys? Anyone know? Let's just say RB until someone says 2J. Yeah, you know what I mean? You might as well just toss a coin here and just say, right, it says 3-litre. It's a Datsun 1200, so that doesn't give you any hints. Oh, yeah, 1-2. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Still driving it, too. Still driving it. Oh, my goodness. 773. 773 for Ryan Horwood in modified compact. There's smiles on the dials of all the crew on the start line. My heart's still in my mouth, actually. Did you see that drive?
It's on 2 wheels for about 100 metres of that run.
My goodness, this is Jambo. How's Jambo going?
But he didn't.
Yes. Yes.
But he didn't back off. 2 wheels, stays in it.
Same as usual. Just crazy performances.
How fast will he go? That is the question later on.
God, or, you know, sometimes I wonder about the wrong side of things, you know, like sometimes I think about the bad side. I was like, dude, that is so close to being out of control. It's not, you know, it's not heartening to see cars go that loose, and he drove that damn thing too. What a drive job. Because sometimes it doesn't work out in your favour when you drive it too much. Chuck Jifkins now from Stroud, tuned by Dale. Again, 3-litre turbo Commodore. So like a VS chute or something. Gilroy Race Transmissions.
So we've gone back over now to our every trade group, J275.
So 2J, I think. Well, hang on, 2J, I think I didn't get the stream doesn't come up quick enough. Big shout out to Jason Tompkins. Big shout out to Dan Ward. He says 2J, so maybe it's 2J in the Ute. Big hello to Machina Joe. Greetings from Thailand. Big shout out to everyone watching online there. Lawnmower in the back of the Ute. No, I don't think so. So Chuck Jifkins, here we go, ready to go. Now the Supra, entrant 8481.
That'll be a Terabay, won't it?
It could be, it could be.
It's like one of their cars. Now, which one's driving them?
Yeah, I don't know which one might be, but we've got a gas T-shirt on and behind us here, so definitely.
It's 2J.
Yeah, got to be. All right, here we go. J2, well, it says here J275. We're into J275, and oh man, what a class! Every trade group. What are we're pointing on something here. We're just making sure everything's right. Yeah, hang on, we've got a little mop action going on here. What's he? Oh, the Tornay's got a bit of dew on it. Oh, boys, you'll have to pay attention to that. That's a very well spotted start line, because you know what happened. You get a bit of speed up if it's got a bit of water sitting in the old Torno. You know where that's going to go, right into the lane where the other Commodore Ute's ready to go. All right, here we go. A bit of bump city going on here for J275. Now this is the quarter mile radial.
He's gone.
This is radial racing with full quarter mile. Well, I thought full quarter mile set. 479 to the 660. And here we go, running on through 748 for Chuck. Now, normally we send them over the old quarter, but up came the 8th times. Well, there we go. At least we're aware of it. 479 at 160 mile an hour, and 748 there for Chuck Jifkins. But yeah, J275 brought to us by every trade group, and there's going to be some cars in here. As you can hear, not all turbo 4-cylinder or rotary. And even then you hear Michael L. Curry's burnout with the RX-7. That may not even be rotary, but it might have. I'll have to have another listen to it. Let's have a look. It doesn't tell us anything. It just says that it's a turbo engine. But Chris Velkovsky from Mill Park, Victoria, that's a 366 cube turbocharged VS Commodore, you would assume. It's LS powered, and of course we do open up the rules a little bit in J275. It's more about the 275 radial, and then basically anything else you want to do to the car, pretty much that's it.
No, I think the RX-7 definitely turbo.
Yeah, it is.
Now getting the feedback. 13B.
It is a 2J, is it? Yeah, there we go. Big shout out to Grant Berry there this morning. G'day, hope we're coming through loud and clear. Yeah, well, it could be if it's the El Curies. Let's just see if it's
a 3 litre on board.
Yeah, 2J RX-7. So a lot of bump city in J275. Going to line them all up. Rotary. Oh, hold shot. That is absolutely flying. And that 2J powered RX-7 goes 483. Yeah, so Corey Hunter says that the Gemini doesn't have the auto in it. It is still the G-force in it. So there we go. All right, all sold.
2Js at the front though at the moment. Tarabay and Curry, our number 1, number 2 qualifiers here in J275. Brought to you by every trade group this week at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree in Sydney. Next couple of cars, just got a stoppage out there. We're getting a couple of readings on the track too. Some of the bigger teams starting to come and check things out here this morning. We've seen a lot of wheel stands, a lot of action going on track.
We just have
how much they're going to throw at it.
Well, look, they've all got combos that are going to work. And as we said, you know, the radial scene, not only here in Australia, but right around the world, has seen some pretty impressive performance in all sorts of categories. And of course, here in Australia, our local radial scene, very, very strong. Our Kenda 660 series ran last weekend at Willowbank, 135 cars, some of the tightest racing you've ever seen. Yeah, the future looks pretty good for that scene. I know there's probably 20 plus in WA testing this weekend on a private day as well. Let's just have a look where the ETs end up this time now. Stephen McCaleb. So here we go from Blythe Park. It's the Maloo, might be VZ, 403, so you'd assume LS. And here's Paolo Tottorello. Well, it is 620 cubes of big block Chev, a little bit of spray on board. This car will be absolutely deadly on a 275.
Love how you calmly say a little bit of spray.
Maybe a couple of kits. 600 cubes, you'd think you can have a couple of kits at 600 cubes. Some guys have 3 kits at that sort of capacity. And, you know, it's different. Nitrous guys are different than turbo guys. You know, you can, you know, you've got 3 kits. So, you know, some of them got 3 kits. So, you know, you get one and you're winning the race. You may feel that you're getting left behind. You hit the 2nd kit and then there's a 3rd kit if you need it. And that's kind of, mind you, turbo guys have got something called a scramble button, a lot of them, where they also have a little bit in reserve. All right, here we go. Nitrous versus turbo. Oh, look at him go. Look at him go there. Paolo gets the half track now for it. Yeah, we're going to go quarter. Here we go, quarter mile. 7:52 at 179 over the quarter. And here we go, riding through 8:68. A little bit of smoke on the back off there for Stephen McCaleb. But yes, J275 is the quarter mile. This is our quarter mile, radial quarter mile. So we've done a little reset. We've put a couple got in, like two pairings got in the 8th, and then this pairing's gone through in the quarter. The rest of them will.
You've got to be happy with Tottorello when you see Conor Vic from CV Performance just walk along, nodding the head. They look pretty happy about what's happened in that first run. So I'm sure they'll be very confident this weekend. Track walkers now just down the far end, checking something out.
Just making sure that smoke out of that ute was only that and nothing maybe dripping that's caught, you know, the exhaust or whatever, and then that can just start the smoke up. But, oh, this is nuts. Here comes that 1200 back after that drive. That's just crazy.
It's not a lot of front tyre to have that up on 2 wheels either, at all.
Yeah, that is absolutely the drive job of the day. That's a scary drive job, by the way, there, but that's okay. He's just having a little settler cigar after that. Just having a settler. Yeah, that wasn't scary at all. Bit of dart. So we are just going for a little bit of a wander there just to make sure that, yeah, what we've got there, we're just trying to locate. So, look, a big shout out to everyone here. Welcome to the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree. We've just kicked off with our, we're halfway through all of our categories in qualifying. We've got the Shannon Show and Shine up the hill here and some great cars on display, so you can walk across and go and check it all out. And, of course, there's presentations at 2:20 by the look of it that Matty Cav will be up there. Yeah.
I always love going and looking at the show cars.
Oh, there's some great stuff up there, I can tell you. And it's just a case of just spreading yourself around, walk around the venue, you know, go down every pit lane, check out all of our great traders down there as well. We've got all of the big official partners here, Lotus Caravans, Bullet Race Engineering, of course, one of our other great ones, Oceana College of Technology. They're on board, of course, presenting partners, Tuner's Edge and Link Engine Management, and, of course, our great display by Garrett Advancing Motion as well. They're the leading automotive turbocharger provider, supplying technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. So a lot of OEM stuff and aftermarket. They're innovative turbo technologies for all applications, enhance vehicle performance, fuel economy and drivability. And they cover the full range of engine sizes from sub 1 litre economy 3 bangers to premium high performance V8s and V12s. And yep, Garrett, there's quite a few Garretts on the vehicles here in the pits, and some great stuff on display down there from the Garrett people. So they've got that great display down there as well. Now, of course, Shannon's is our official show and shine partner for the Jamboree Series. Check out the Shannon stand. Now, that's on the way up the stairs there. Free, no obligation quote on your car. don't have much else, but I better insure it, eh? But most people have got, some other people have got huge collections.
And tooling as well.
So if you've got 25, 30 grand of merchandise, you can insure it with Shannon's. We're back. We're back. And this is J275 brought to us by Every Trade Group. And where do you get to see a fully sick white VL doing a skid, but we've got a Chevy Monza beside it? Now that's another little automotive history lesson here. Chevy Monzas. 1975 model. So this is where Chevy was in 75. This was like a little mid-size.
Yeah, and I remember this actually from Motorex last year down in Victoria. So he is from Victoria, Sam Stonello. Turbocharged Chevy small block on board.
Yeah, legit small block, no LS here. And Peter Badzewski from Illawong. It's the RB 1986 VL Commodore.
It's got to be an RB, 3 litre.
I hope so. I hope so. If you're a purist, yeah, it's got to have that. But anyway, here we go. We're bumping in here in J275. Still a big field of cars still to qualify. Yeah, Bump City. Not mucking around, these guys. Oh, how's the old Monza off the tree? Yeah, the VL 127 to 60 actually got to the 60 a bit quicker than the Monza, but the Monza 827 out the back door, 155 and 806 for Peter Badzewski. But it just goes to show, Matty Cav, that quicker ET doesn't put the wind light on. You've got to be able to leave in a timely fashion, especially during racing. If you want to try and come out of that with a few wins during racing, you've got to leave on time. Some of these guys have just got that down pat.
Thing is, we've got 3 qualifying sessions this morning. We're still only in the first qualifying session here of the Every Trade Group J275.
We've got Jack and Anthony out there now, so we'll try these surnames. I've got to just pronounce them correctly. Now, from Sunshine, North Victoria, this is the VL Commodore of Jack Kajunjija. Let's just call him Jackie K. And Anthony Kirovsky. That's all right. The VK Commodore. So go the VK. VL the world. Of course, we've got VL, every Schmick VL ever. You know, just when you think we've seen every single Schmick VL, there's just another one still in the bill. And more still. I saw one the other day on Marketplace, a one-owner SL for $25,000. And I think, you know what? I thought that was cheap. I'm not into crypto. I don't have enough money to invest, but I thought, geez, I could almost would have bought that. 25, hello. Say goodbye to the shed. Saving for a shed.
Krovsky, though, I think on board turbo 6 litre.
Yeah, okay. There we in the VK.
Don't hold me to that. I'm sure someone will tell us.
Kujun's.
Yeah, he bumps it in though.
Kujunzija. Jack Kujunzija. J275 qualifying session number 1. Trying to get the VK, and where are you? 7 seconds. 7 seconds. Oh yeah, there it was. It's a 7-second tree, and he's not going to get something. I mean, if he leaves now, he might get something, but I doubt it. So check this out for Jack. First hit, 821, 166 mile an hour. But Anthony Kirovsky is the first guy on our Pro Tree stuff to learn about the 7-second rule. Is that you've got to get that thing in 7 seconds. Once you light, if there's a guy beside you with 2 bulbs on and you've got 1 on, you better make sure that you're paying attention, because you've got 7 seconds to get that thing in, or else the Christmas tree automatically does that by itself. There's no input from the starter. It's out of the starter's hands. He can't override that. He's kind of, the CompuLink takes over and you get the red light. We had a few of those last week even, you know, at Kenda on the Pro Tree, where it's just 7 seconds, guys, come on. And you just know it's a very long pause. And you're thinking, this is dangerously close to the red light coming down in that lane. And that's exactly what happened there, unfortunately, just for this round. At least he's got two more sessions to come out and have a hit. But that's a shame. He was ready to go. He just needed to bump that thing in. And, you know, sometimes I even find out now that, you know, if the track is so sticky, that car doesn't sometimes roll forward unless you really force it forward. Sometimes, you know, you can let something roll through on an idle and it actually might roll, but, you know, with slippery torque converters and everything like that, it won't move forward by itself unless you push it. I mean, push it via RPM. But anyway, here's the man He's had the Wags out for just over a year, just about. Danny Lansdowne. This is the re-emergence of the famous green spot-on wagon. And Christos Karamola from Victoria. It's not a happy camper at the moment. It's blown a bit of smoke and sanding a little bit funny, but, you know, sometimes some of these beasts have their own little idiosyncrasies that when you do go to wide open throttle, it didn't make any difference. Yeah, that's not good seeing the Combi come back on the tilt tray.
Lose.
That is not good for him to come back, so he did lose some fluid out of there in some way. Now, Danny Lansdowne last week at the Kenda went 4.57 in the 8th. So this thing was a rocket ship last weekend. He's actually said that in some of his increments here in testing the last 2 days, he's actually been quicker in some areas, even though he's backed it down. So he's actually pulled back on it. And I said, well, you're nowhere near your baseline. You know what I mean? You're nowhere near your baseline when you're backing stuff off and it's going quicker. So let's have a look here. Turbo 2J on board for the wagon. Danny goes well to half track, 4.72, and then he rolls off the throttle. 7.89 at 133 mile an hour. It was 4.72 at 152 at half track, 1.17 in the 60. So it was nearly as quick as his other 1.16 that he ran with the car. What did he say it was? 2,700 odd pounds, that car, and he's got some weight in it in the different areas. But that's like a full SFI 25.3 door slammer chassis under that. He's built all of that after he built mine. He had his on the jig, and then he built a couple, and then he went back and finished his. And he said, from when I started rebuilding this car to now, he said, we're doing all these different things different on cars now than what I started when I rebuilt this. So he's kind of had to, you know, take that thing to the next level, which he has. All right, here's Naman Gelozo and Lee Povey. So Povey, another one from the Spot On team. He came into Spot On. He's from Mount Isa. Came in to Andrew Coles from Spot On. Kind of want what you got there, mate. I kind of like what you got in your blue VL, LS and everything. And he's built it. And Lee Povey's I think he took that up to Rocky Nats and everything. He takes that everywhere. Really loving the car. And Naman Gelozo, well, it's a 88 Holden Commodore. We are just got nearly every VL in the last 3 weeks in Australia between Holden, Nats, Kenda and here. We've just about seen every tough VL that there probably could be. Hundreds of them. They're still around. Let's go. We're going to go Bump City here in J275. Light them up, boys.
There you go. At RPM now as they come in. Pound management there for Povey,
both of these guys. 60 foots in the 1.2s, half track, 4.99 for Povey, then a 7.68 at 1.81. And Nemanja off the throttle probably just before half track, 5.55 at the 8th, 10.23 at the end. But he was a little bit quicker in the 60 than Lee Povey's V8 version. But yeah, we just got VLs everywhere. To be honest, I just loved the shape when they came out. You know, I was 16 when these cars came out, and they kind of just had that fresh look about them. You know, the VK was the one before that, and of course Holden couldn't keep the old Black Motor 6 on unleaded. They weren't going to get it on unleaded, and then they did the deal with Nissan, and the rest is history. I just wonder if Holden didn't do that partnership with Nissan, would the VL be as popular as it has been? Because, you know, that was also VL turbos straight out of Holden's, you know, showroom. The cops had them. You know, my uncle worked for the Department of Main Roads, and he had a new, you know, hire car, like a lease contract, bought a VL turbo, brand new VL Berliner turbo was his company car. So I remember turning up to a family barbecue in '86 or whatever, and here's Uncle Laurie in the, you know, because it had those sort of finned hubcaps. And he took us all sort of one at a time for a fang in this thing. And remember, those things are only like bottom 15s in the quarter. They weren't super quick, but they felt quick. Considering where we are now, you know, the last evolution of the turbo 4-cylinder Falcon nearly went as quick. Here you go, is Anthony Gregoriou in the VL Calais from Bundoora, Victoria. And ladies and gentlemen, as we've already mentioned before, pretty much on date debut. He only really debuted and shook the car down last weekend in Queensland. Andrew Coles driving the spot-on performance, new Mustang, the new radial Mustang called Public Enemy. Bruiser is so it's a partnership. So Bruiser's at the back there. You can see him right behind the car. Bruiser is the owner of the engine and transmission. So it's a 511 water-jacketed Noonan Hemi, twin 94s and a Liberty 5-speed. It's all in that Mustang. The whole goal is to try and be, because no one's run a 3 on a 275 over the 8th in Australia. So whether the 3 second, I think we've gone 406 or 403. We've gone close. I know that, you know, George's Lexus has gone very close on a 275, but no one's really officially done it yet. Now look at Ed, he's got the trans brake engaged. You see the flashing reverse lights? That means he's got the trans brake on board there, because that's something I noticed last weekend. Bump City, baby! So they are just really creeping up on everything in this car. The potential is just so much. Early shoots for Andy, first run of the day, 5:57 to half track, 9:09. But here comes Anthony legging it out the back door, 8:15 for the VL, 169 mile an hour. But yeah, that car, that Mustang has that much potential. You know, potentially, if you ever wound up that Noonan Hemi, it could be 4,000 horsepower if you want. They're not going to start giving that thing 4,000 horsepower, yet they're literally only probably playing with about 1,500 at the moment. But when you think about it, Noonan Hemi, twin turbo and a Liberty, like, it's going to be a beast once they get some laps under it. But again, as we said last weekend, they tested before Kenda, they ran Kenda, they then have brought it down 6 days later and have done the same thing, him and Danny. And the guys have bought a truck, so they've now got a vehicle that can actually carry both the wagon and the Mustang. So those boys have turned up with their truck. It carries, stacks them. But have a look at what comes out of the workshops or spot on there. Like, you know, Danny's like the workshop. He's the guy on the floor, and Andy's the one that's sort of the project managers for all the jobs. Keeps the boys in work. But they do talk about, with all their employees, all their fab guys, right, here's our list of customers. Which one do you want to do next, you know? And if they've had a run on LSVLs, they might just say, well, let's just do this different one. And the boys just hook in, and they can turn that around real quick. All right, issues there for our VL, but Anthony Mescos still in J275. Oh, boy, now did that just sing the tyres, or did we have something let go there? I don't know. It's lingering a bit of smoke as he went down, but I don't know whether it just hazed the tyre or not. I trying to listen to the note of the motor and through our camera speakers, but something might have actually let go there, because it did sort of come out. It launched all right. I didn't quite catch the 60 from it, but then it did sort of, something might have let go there, which is, the guys are just surveying it. We'll get a report back from that, but that did not look particularly good at all for Anthony Mescos. It looks a lot worse for us too, because if we've got to clean up something, well, that just takes a bit of downtime. But look, that's the opportunity to talk a little bit more about our sponsor of J275, which is Every Trade Group. So they deliver the highest quality construction, fit out, heritage, new builds and complex refurbishments in key sectors nationally. So Every Trade Group offers fully integrated services in these specialist sectors, bring a sustainable focus to everything they do. The team is passionate and dedicated to meeting and exceeding client expectations. So it's a pretty decent construction group, let me tell you, and a great sponsor of J275. So they are looking very carefully there in that lane, all the way back to just past 60 foot. Now, normally, I know that we don't have an international code for track cleanup, but I do know that when there is something
Performance
bad,
tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, Available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
オーストラリアの皆さん、こんにちは。日本のアクティブの坂本です。この度ですね、GTR フェスティバル2023年、ゲストとしてオーストラリアに、行くことが決定しました。
Hey everyone, Larry Chen here. I'm heading down to Sydney, Australia for the PRP GTR Festival. I'm so excited to feature so many cars down there. It's on June 3rd. See you guys there.
What's up, everybody? Mickey from Throttle here, and I'll see you guys on June 3rd at Sydney Dragway for the PRP GTR Festival.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Oceania College of Technology. An RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
They actually think that it may not be as long as we think it might be. We always think the worst, but it's just one of those things, mate. You want to see, if you come to see a horsepower party, sometimes horsepower looks like that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Sometimes it just leaks out a little bit, but hopefully they can fix those cars. We can get them back out on track, because how close has the competition been? It's only qualifying session #1.
Well, we're asking for those 4 cars to come back that got an 8th mile ET from J275 to come back, because we're still in J275. Oh, look at the lovely ladies here, by the way. What was your name?
Erin.
Erin and...
Bree.
Erin and Bree. That's easy. I can remember that. Four-letter names. That's good. Erin and Bree. I'll remember that. If it was any more exotic, I'd probably forget. So big shout out to everyone watching on the live stream right around the world on Overtaking Lane. Big shout out. I know we've got people watching in all parts of the world. And I know that you probably already know about things called oil downs. That's just what we've got down here. So it's just one of those things. One thing that you don't see at any other event is that when we do get a delay, we try and keep the crowd occupied. And I can't wait. Leanne's gone to get our little balls. So we're going to start hitting some stuff up there, right? So I don't know where you kids need to be to get these ones. I can nearly hit them there. We've got some special stuff, which I think we're going to wait to do later, Matty Cav. We did it before. To get the lucky ball, you almost got to do a little bit extra, don't you? We get you to maybe perform a little bit.
Yeah, you got to perform. You got to dance. You got to be excited. You got to make some noise. You really got to draw your attention.
Yeah, we've got to draw. And then the secret is then to make sure that lucky ball gets to that right person. It might still be a bit of a random thing, but I don't know. I haven't sort of been on the court for a couple of weeks, so I'll see how I go. But I reckon I can still sort of work it out. You boys, right? Of course they go for the girls. Of course they do. You can always tell who the professional tuners are, can't you?
Yeah, you definitely can. They just cruise around on golf carts, having a good time. And every time something breaks, they just think, oh, a little bit more money.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, when you're in the horsepower industry, sometimes that sort of stuff happens, doesn't it? You're going to find the next weak point. So you might get the bulletproof engine built and then realise I need the bulletproof gearbox because that gearbox worked really well for the first 600, 800 horsepower. And it's like, well, we just built this new 1,500 horsepower engine and the 800 horsepower gearbox ain't going to handle that. So then you need the 2,000 horsepower gearbox.
And then you have the 1,000 horsepower tail shaft that now needs a 2,000 horsepower tail shaft. Yeah. And everything that goes along with that, the diff, the unis, everything.
And then you thought 31 spines in the 9-inch was enough, and next thing you know, you need 35 spines. Next thing you know, you need 40 spines.
It just keeps going up, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you've been around the sport as long as we have, mate, that's kind of the bits that you talk about. You know, break this, break that, break that. But, yeah, the horsepower they're bringing. The air's perfect down here, by the way. It is a little bit cold. You said in Canberra it was minus this morning?
Yeah, -1 when I drove out. But today's beautiful. Sun's already out on the track as well. So I think we're going to see some good temperatures out there for track conditions. How sticky has it been this morning already? We've seen cars bogged down. They've stalled. They've done massive wheelies. We've broke a few things as well. So I think for the racers and for the fans, it's going to be exciting to watch.
Well, look, for the fans, I just got to make sure we get a bit of catching happening here. Hold this, Matty. I think I'm ready.
Not your balls, though. I'm not holding those. All right. How's the tennis elbow today? Diggles McEnroe about to send out these stress balls. He's got some lucky balls to throw out. Don't know if we're going to let them go too far this morning, but we've got plenty of normal J balls to whack out into the crowd here this morning. Make sure you get front and centre. Make a bit of noise. Chris is going to warm the arm up. It's time to get these J balls back out in the crowd. This is the only reason he comes to Jambo, I think, sometimes. Just to unleash his McEnroe. To unleash it. It's just an addition. It's an additional reason you're here.
Matty, don't you ever say that I just come here because I get to do this part of it. I invented this part of it. I said to Kelly, let's stop shooting shirts because they're hard to pack. Let's just do...
I take way more setup. Let me grab your ball. Oh, you lost more. Is that your freight con note?
That looks like my pay from last Jamboree. It's just in the. Might be some money in that. Now, of course, we've got to unwrap them. When they wrap these balls up, they wrap them individually. They do not fly when they're in the plastic, but they fly when they're out of the plastic. So the girls are unwrapping them all. They're a great little J ball. You get to keep these. These are the ones you can keep. We do have some coloured ones that when we do hit them out, they're lucky balls. So let's see if we can get someone keen to see if they can get a catch first. So we need hands in the air or something. Come on, do them up, Matty.
All right, who wants to get a J ball? Come on, make a bit of noise up there in the stands. We know it's early in the morning. We're still warming up. Come on, warm up the tennis. We want to see some exercise, all right? Get your arms up, start warming up the tennis elbow. Diggle's going to do it with you. You ready? First one out. All the way up. Oh, look. Oh, missed the cash. Go, get it, quick. Who's up next? Which side are we going, over here? Who wants to come over here? Come on, make a bit. You do a bit better than that. Right up the back. He's not even watching. He's on the phone. What's the go there? Diggles. Wait for some of the crowd. Oh, you have to run up, get it. Into the court. Get a little bit closer. All right. You go. It's going to be a small one. You're going for a big serve. Oh, there. You're too nice, Diggles. Oh, there we go. A bit further. He's warming. Oh, you nearly got him too on the phone. I know. He's re-watching the live stream. Where are we going? Where are we going? Let's go. Let's go over here. What are we doing? Don't. Let's go to the crowd standing up. You stand up if you want to see a J-ball. Your way. Get up. Move around. Give it a wiggle. Oh, the wind's catching it now. We've got a little bit of a breeze to the left. Straight up. Look, this crowd over here, they want it. That's nice. Oh, it's got to come down straight off the shade. Backhand as well. You got them both going. Backhand, front hand. You're really warming up into this, aren't you?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. It's good. I just need more of them. Here the girls. Here the girls.
Bring them over. Where's the J-balls? Is there a lucky ball in there? Oh, I can see one lucky ball, but you're going to have to start making some noise before we send that one out. Hide that one. Hide it. All right. Gather round. Why don't you gather together? We'll just get everyone over here. You ready? Oh, you want me to hold them? Am I going to throw them at you again? We're going to do this again. It's going to be a bit like cricket. You ready? All right, you go, you go. Where are we going? Left? Okay, up there. Nice and high, nice and high. No one. He's short. Here we go. He's got to go length. There we go. Oh, bounces it off the top too. Ready? Where are we going? Oh, we're going to come off the bounce. Oh, look, straight at him. Should we have another crack? Backhand. Oh, that's a nice shot. Nice catch. Is that the first one? Where are you going over there? Oh, spinner off the backhand. Comes in low, though. He's going up to get it, kids. You better run. Run. Push him out of the way. He's an old man. Get to him. Oh, he's beating you. What are you doing? Oh. Nearly got into some mischief there, Diggles. Don't fall over the fence. We're not covered for that. All right. Get ready. Oh, you've left him short again. Throw him. Just throw him at him. Here we go. Oh, backhand. Right up there. Heads. Oh, here we go. Almost all the way up the back. Oh, they're coming fast and furious. Watch out, watch out. Could go anywhere. We're back over this side. Hang on. We're going further down, are we? We're going to get these guys all the way down the far end. Yeah, we'll need the buggy to get back. All right. Who wants some balls down this end? Stress ball. If you own race cars, you need a stress ball. All right. Set him up. He's already huffing and puffing. Nice catch on the full. Here we go, a bit more. Lob it up. That's it. Got off the speaker. Yeah, we've got to get further. The last bank. Hang on. Oh, lucky ball, lucky ball. Lucky ball. Grab it. Take that up to the Jamboree merchandise area and get yourself a lucky prize. It could be anything, couldn't it, Diggles, really, when you get a lucky ball?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll just let you get your breath, mate. That's the first time you've been without words.
Yeah, mate. It's really good to do this. Love it. All right, who wants one? Anyone? I'll try. I can't guarantee, right?
He's going to try. Oh, where's it gone? Is it on the roof? It'll come down. Hey! Oh, we still got more. Don't run away. Oh, you're getting in the swing of things now. I like it when you get on the shade because you never know where it's going to come out. You never know where it's going to come out, do you, when you hit the shade?
No, mate, no. Look, we'll get some more, guys. We'll get some more. Just picked up an injury here. Be all right.
Need to take you to the physio?
We get some people on the other side here. We might be able to lob the magic ball over to them.
But you get the gist. Get the gist of what we're trying to do here. Hands up all those people that got a ball. Hands up who didn't. Tough luck. I'll try, all right? I'll try. We need the buggy up here, mate.
Where's Leanne? Come on. Letting us down.
Buggy. We've got a few more to give, don't we? Or is she out? Can't be out. Come on, just a few more. We're just a bit addicted.
You just warmed up. Don't waste that, you know. You're stretched.
They're individually wrapped, which makes it really hard. You don't hit them in the plastic. They go nowhere. So you've got to come out. So.
There we go. We got a handful more. Oh, is there another one? Hide the lucky ball. Always hide the lucky ball. All right, who missed out? Straight in front of you. Oh, you need me to hold them? Got the shakes on there, mate. The adrenaline's pumping. Here we go. Diggles McEnroe. Go further, all the way up the back. Oh, look, he tricked you. Straight off the pole. Oh, you ready? Oh, yeah. Send them up. We going far? There's a bloke on the phone. I reckon you could whack him. You ready? What's going on? Bit of spin on that one. We got more? All right. Put your arms up. I want to see the arms up if you want a J-ball. He's got to be able to see you. Move him around. He's not wearing his glasses today. Oh, that one's got some hang time. You got him on his feet, though. He's off the phone. Are we staying this side? Have we got time to go to the other side? Oh, that one's up in the sun. All right, big run up now. Yeah, there we go, big catch. All right, time to go to the other side. Let's move around. Over this side. Who wants some balls over here? Up in the Shannon's Insurance Show and Shine area. So we respray this track, get it nice and sticky to get back underway very shortly. Oh, yeah. Get the arms up. Look, he's warmed up. He saved the best for this side. All right, we've still got some lucky balls out there. Well, let's just kick things off. All right. Who wants a ball over this side? Oh, he's going to make you work for it. All right. Let's go again. Can you go all the way up the back, Diggles? There's no shade this side to hit. Hey, there, oh, nearly. Oh, who's getting this one? Lucky ball, lucky ball. Let's hit a few more out. The lucky ball. So make sure you take that lucky ball up to the Jamboree merchandise. Get yourself a lucky prize. Could be anything. The only thing it's not is signed by Diggles, but you can get that later. All right, we've got some more. We've got to unwrap them. This is the time-consuming part of this. Oh, there we go. I know. I think you're wearing his arm out. We're going to have to do this a little bit later. He needs his energy drink. Oh, random batch quality. Here we go. He's got a quality one this time. He's tested it out. Squeeze test it. Oh. You got to work hard for it. He does really want one. But can you get it up there? Oh. Oh, you got it too. He mustn't like you because he hit it tall that time, didn't he? Oh, backhand. Here we go. Line it up. Well, looks like we're about to get underway, Diggles. Racing is about to start again in J275. Oh, right up the back. He skipped you altogether. Nearly came back down. J275 getting fired back up right here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree at Sydney Dragway. The radial action. Of course, our first 4 races are back out with some reruns at the end of this. Only got their 8th mile or half-track times. We're waiting for them to go full quarter once again. How good is it to be down here? There's a little bit of noise, though, not stuck up in the commentary box. You get to feel it, you get to smell it. The adrenaline's running down here. J275 now back underway. Jared Blair lines up in the King Kong Racing Toyota Supra 2-go border course. Spins the wheels while looking it on the hit. The Riff alongside the Commodore. Should say that's Senator. Cannot say Commodore when it's a Senator at all. Looks like he's got out of that very early, so not good runs from both these drivers. They've been sitting there for quite a bit of time, probably about half an hour. I think I'm still getting my breath back. Big run up the steps. Well, there we go, J275. Thanks to every trade group is back out in action now on the track here at Sydney Dragway. Good to see our crowd starting to get into the Diggles McEnroe. J-Ball's getting hit out in the crowd. I'm sure we'll send him down a little bit later and he'll be having some fun with the crowd down there as well. A couple of those lucky balls that went out. Don't forget, take them over to the Jamboree merchandise. When you head down the bottom of the stairs there into the pit bay areas, you get down there, find the Jamboree tent, grab yourself a lucky prize if you were one of the lucky people to get those balls. Of course, your normal Jamboree balls there, they're just squishy stress testers. But for all the others there, those coloured lucky dip balls there, take them up to the Jamboree. I think we sent 2 of them out there into the crowd. All right, reruns back out on track. We didn't get full track runs for these J275 competitors, so now they're coming back out. Full quarter-mile runs on the radial. Chuck Jifkins in the Holden Commodore, tuned by Dale. Going to be getting ready to go, as it looks like the man himself has made his way back up the stairs. He'll take a moment to catch his breath, a drink, a V, fire himself back up. It's hard work when we've got to get back up here in a very quick, short amount of time. Keep the flow going.
I don't know what you mean. Oh, here we go. So Chuck Jifkins, yeah, his first run was over the 660. We're out at the quarter. Yes, it was a. As we said, it actually ended up not a bad, if you can say, an oil down's not bad. That wasn't so bad. So Chuck Jifkins needs a quarter-mile ET here now. He already sort of banged one out to 7:48, but he's now got the 13:20 to go. Not having too much of it on the start line, so no real anger, no real vigour off the launch, but he's going to get that through the other end and get a quarter-mile ET to put himself in that sheet. 12:11. at 94 mile an hour. So every trade group, J275, just spoke to Frankie there for a quick sec, loves the category. Maybe before too long you might have a J275 car in there as well, but we've got just about the very best next thing out there.
So did you find who's driving the actual car this weekend at J275?
It's now Ahan Setonay, so that's that 3.2 litre Super 2JZ. Beside him, Michael Elkuri. So I believe 2JZs both sides, both autos. Bit of an all 2JZ Bump City coming up here as they go into stage. And that heads-up Pro Tree stuff is just a little hard to get the hold of, especially with some of these things with 2,000 odd horsepower. Righto, so Ahan out there, just probably not the ideal burnout preparation there. The car did kick a little bit sideways out of the water, but he did do what you normally do with radial burnouts, is that you do roll across the line. So the secret is to get off the power before the start line, use that sticky rubber. The theory is you roll that rubber out past the start line, you roll back into it. So he's done that second part better than what he did on the first part of the skid. Now look, Michael Elkuri's been there for probably nearly a minute, just waiting. He's trying to get a quarter mile time here. He hasn't run one yet. He went 4:83, which is a pretty stout time, by the way, over the 8th. So let's just see what we do. And I wonder whether the RX-7's actually still got IRS in it. I'll have to have a look. Of course, both cars factory IRS. But whether or not for drag racing, how far do you take the IRS before you retire it and go the traditional 9-inch and ladder bar or 4-leg? Let's just see. They're both ready to go now. Here we go. Bit of 2J Bump City. Seven seconds. Just got to get it in. There we go. So it doesn't matter in qualifying. Oh, something's come out of the RX-7. Something's just gone onto the track. I think I even saw a little sheet of flame. Check that out. 841, 186 mile an hour out the back. 141 in the 60, half track 576. But all eyes are on the RX-7. Something. He's kicking it off. Is he picking it up? Is it hot? Whatever it is it hot? He's throwing it over the fence. We saw a sheet of something come out of the sheet of flame or something come out from under the car. Did you see that, Matty?
Yeah, definitely did. I just don't know whether it's something coming out the exhaust or whether it's a body panel, something under the car possibly. Satane, he got a bit last time around. We didn't have the right race number in there, so we didn't get time. But remember, that was a 470 to the half track.
Yes.
So he's only gone 550s that time. So that car not running the potential that we probably would see that run either.
There's a little bit there now. Look, the news is that we're straddling something there, which is telling us that it's oil. Where it's come from, we do not know. It could have been out of the drive line, could have been out of the donk, but they are just doing a little bit of a post-mortem on it. Something flew out, something flew out and ran across the track there. I wonder what that part was.
Scurried, I like to call it. Scurried across the track.
Off it went. I thought it was a round. Looked kind of round on the way. It's very hard to identify the fleeing components of the vehicle sometimes. Like you spotted something before where it's like, oh yeah, I saw this little thing sort of roll across the track, and it's like, okay, well, what did I see then? I saw some sort of ring thing. You don't know what that can be. You don't know how much is involved there, whether it's light or heavy. Now, judging by the mop action, that's not super big. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, dude, go and get, go and bag it again like we just did. And we were lucky then that we dodged that last one. It was relatively mild. It did pick up with the absorbent, which normally was a rice hull ash from memory is what they used to call it. It is a form of absorbent that's now like a powder. The old days used to be old kitty litter.
Yeah.
And bit
of sawdust.
That's pretty coarse, that stuff. That's a little bit hard to sort of pick all up. At least with the the powder, it's a lot easier to sort of get down onto the track. It picks up what it needs to, and then we get the suck truck under after that, the vacuum truck that does sort of pick all that up, and then we saw straight after that it was just a little treatment in the area and it all came good. Obviously it must be good because we just broke some more. The cleanup from the last oil down must be pretty good because we just broke more stuff in the same lane.
And it normally is, isn't it, when we see the track prep guys go through, by the time they drag it, as long as they still get a bit of sun on the track, maintain that heat, as long as that's the lane you want to be in. Now, hopefully, this may not be oil. This might be something else that's come out. It could just be something like a fuel filler cap, something off the fuel tank maybe, or something like that. Because normally if we see oil,
if it's something like
bit
that,
bigger cleaner.
It could.
Because he drove all the way down. So this is a question now. We are seeing some guys further down put some rags on the track. So does that mean we've taken it all the way down, or has possibly been very limited?
Well, I mean, normally what's explained in the driver's briefing, which I'm sure we went across this morning, is that, you know, if you do feel something abnormal in the car, something feels like it's broken, not to hesitate and to actually don't stop driving it the way that you are. You're trying to send it thinking it might just be a moment where it might come good. The answer is to get off the throttle, steer it away, steer it to the side of the track, so out near the wall as safely as you can, and to try and get it stopped as quickly and as safely as you can, purely because if you have suspected to have broken something, at least 75% of the time, that's going to involve some sort of fluid. If you look at our traditional breakages in drag racing, if it is driveline, I mean, if you're lucky enough just to break a uni, well, we are dealing with tiny little needle rollers and broken trunnions and stuff. If you are dealing you're punching the diff center out of the back of the carrier, well, then that will be some diff oil on the ground.
I would have expected the car to pull up, though, if it was diff.
But even cars of this sort of calibre now, there's rules as far as lower engine containment. So it's not like we let all these big high horsepower cars out there with no protection. Normally, nappies, they call them, nappies, engine nappies. That's something that really no other motorsport that I know of has actually invented an engine nappy, but drag racing's invented an engine nappy to, lower containment device. That way, if you do have a mechanical breakage in the car, broken connecting rod, split the block, a million things you can do, is at least that nappy absorbs a lot of that fluid and doesn't get to the track. So it's not so much about protecting against downtime and oil downs. It's actually about trying to not get anything hit the track at all, because you know that if you're in a car that does get that leakage to the track, it's under your tyres, you're into the wall. We've seen plenty of that where guys, if they didn't slip on their own juices, they probably could have steered the way out of the wall. But sometimes, you're a passenger. Once you get to that stage, you're a bit of a passenger. So I've just got a bit of a... Yeah, we just don't know how long there, Leanne. I don't know. Have we got word from race control how far they're calling it? Stand by one, because I know that we've had a couple of our burnout guys turn up. And
yeah, we have.
Yeah, so they might be able to maybe do something skid-wise, but we are just... Look, the way we're on the mops like that's kind of just some local stuff, so that may not be too far away.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
We have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Oceania College of Technology. An RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Oceania College of Technology. An RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
The two
One on
coloured
each
ones out,
side,
we
yep.
did say to people, that's the one you can take back. The black ones you get to keep. So we had people come back and say, swap this for a shirt. No, it's not quite the deal. Not quite the deal.
You got to have a lucky ball.
Not quite the deal.
It's got to be a colourful lucky ball.
The colourful ones when they come out, and you know what, mate, I've got to do what we did in Brisbane. The colourful ones have got that much power on them. I need to hit them from here to there, and I'll do it next time. Because I did it at Willowbank, and I hit it from, right in front of the main grandstand, and I actually didn't really practice. But when I hit it, it went in a car park on the full. So, yeah, 40 kids heading out of the car park looked pretty good, pretty cool. But, look, we've got to thank all of our great bracket sponsors while we've just got this quick opportunity. Factory Extremes, of course, precision turbo and engine. Not only OEM manufacturers such as General Motors, but design, test and manufacture record-setting and championship-winning turbochargers for all forms of racing worldwide. So they're great sponsors of the Factory Extreme category. They're friendly staff, 100 years of combined knowledge of turbocharged vehicles. You do see them a lot of our pro mod style cars that, there's a few of them lurking around in there. So we thank them for the support in Factory Extreme. We've got to thank Tuner's Edge as well, .com.au for Pro Turbo. That category will be great today through Tuner's Edge quality operation support and customer service. Racers and modified street car fans from around Australia are very aware of the name of the Melbourne-based performance parts, accessories and tuning business called Tuner's Edge. Renowned for providing highly knowledgeable advice, backed by years of building and racing their own vehicles. Undoubtedly at the forefront of performance industry in Melbourne, they're our sponsors of Pro Turbo. Of course, Mr. McKern and Associates, Damien McKern, great sponsor of Pro Compact. Humble beginnings in 2002, founded by Mr. Damien McKern. McKerns have worked hard to build a personal and confident approach to working with their clients. Their team, well of over 30 accountants and advisors, are deeply committed to growing in their skills and knowledge so they can apply that to their clients' business. In fact, Damien prides himself on having staff smarter than him. He wants them to be as smart as him, if not smarter. And he always... If you get the newsletters like I do, because he's my account, I actually get to sit in the room with the man himself while he laughs over my receipts. It's very discreet, of course. Like, it's more of a chuckle. It's not really laughing out loud. But I'm certainly not probably the biggest high roller that comes in there. But yeah, we talk mainly about racing, and then I think he whizzes the tax return up in the last 6 minutes, and then I'm out of there every year. It's worth the drive for me. I drive an hour and a bit to go and see him. He's got that many staff there. Like, they are really a juggernaut when it comes to an accounting firm. And you know what? Any time that you've got someone that can, comes from a racing background, you just feel like you want to support those guys purely because they like what you like. We thank Fuel Tech for Pro Mod. Now, this class today, Fuel Tech's craftsmanship and technology is built on extreme performance. Proof comes from where it matters at the racetrack, not only in sportsman, pro drag racing, circuit, off-road, rally, motorbike and marine applications. Excellent record-breaking track results on a wide variety of racing classes. Testify Fuel Tech's commitment to attain the best results everywhere they compete. And we've even had Mr. Fuel Tech over to Australia already before, and of course through a variety of different outlets that stock and install Fuel Tech. We've had Mr. Anderson Dick over here before, and he already knows the Aussie scene, is a thriving market. And if you do follow, their YouTube and their socials, is that, especially when they bring, have you ever seen the Fuel Tech ones where they've got a customer on their hub dyno in the Fuel Tech headquarters, and there's another one that 4,000 to the hubs? And
yeah, only,
yeah. Well, these days, I mean, we're living in a world now where you can get onto that Fuel Tech sort of YouTube channel and then see the latest beast that's been built in the States, whether it's a radial car or pro mod, and they belt out the 4,000 odd on the hubs. And of course they like to do simulated runs now, it seems, where they'll actually, bump the car in, get all that sorted, and then actually go through the transmission like it's a run, because I suppose in a way that's simulating everything, including if you are different boosts between the gears and ignition timing and all that sort of thing. You're mapping all of that through the run. It's fascinating, and from where that company's come to now, based on racing, it's definitely it's certainly the national ECU in Brazil, where it's sourced from. Pro Mod's the sponsor. Is sponsoring Pro Mod. We just mentioned J275. Of course, every trade group will nearly get through these guys eventually. Fully integrated services in the construction industry. Street 289 was Speedflow, of course, located in Taree, 25 years, been in the performance industry. And you know what, second to none, what a reputation for Speedflow. Thanks to the skilled staff and ability to control every aspect of manufacturing, from machining, polishing, anodizing and assembly for packaging. And bulletproof diesel fitting and maintenance for all motor. Thanks for their support. They surprised us actually at Brisbane Jamboree. We're not only with the sponsorship, but when we wrote the check out for the winner, and couldn't believe how much they put it this way. They were generously remunerated
in prize money to a point that we thought, wow, that's more than most categories. So you never know where the next surprise might be coming from. We thank for modified compact sponsor Bosch Motorsport. You got the information there from Bosch Motorsport.
Yeah, they got a great
display. They got a
yeah.
great display there, and they got some stuff on there. Let us know about it, Matty.
Yeah, they're down the bottom of the stairs there in the Trader Alley. They've got a couple of cars on display, and these are really exciting for me. The Time Attack Champion Team ERS Performance Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS is down there, so go and check that one out. And, of course, the Nissan 180SX featuring the Bosch Motorsports ABS. So go and check them out at the bottom of the stairs, talking about your fuel pumps, fuel injectors, all those sorts of things. They really help you out with the Jectronic in 1967. Bosch released the world's first mass-produced electronic multi-point fuel injection system. So they've been doing this for, 60 years now. Probably the people to go and see when you want to get your fuel injection sorted, as well as the well-known Bosch 044 inline fuel pump, which everyone speaks about, and has obviously been superseded by the lighter and higher flowing Bosch 200 pump. And we know when it comes to your pumps, you need to go talking about how much heat they're making. They don't want to heat your fuel up too much, things like that in the bottom there. But they're the guys to go and speak to down the bottom there. So go and check out Bosch Motorsports. Can't thank them enough. Of course, through their electronics range, they've boosted it now, obviously, with the most powerful ECUs, PDMs, power display modules, displays and loggers. That's all part of the Bosch Motorsport group now. And look, we can talk about it all you like. It's when you get it in your hands, you go down there to the trade centre, you start thinking about where this will fit in your car, how does it look, how does it adapt to what's in your car, where you need to change the plugs on your injector when you put it in. They're the sorts of answers that you can get down there, so go and check them out.
They've got Jamal Assad's Time Attack car down there, the Evo Lancer on display. He's the class winner. I think he was still in. I think he's in Club Sprint World Time Attack. Thrashed him like I can't remember how many seconds he thrashed him by, but he was just so much quicker this year. That car's down there on display. One thing that we mentioned when we get to World Time Attack is that Bosch also does a motorsport ABS as well, which we don't need to talk about ABS here at the drags. Brakes are kind of, I shouldn't say they're optional. Yes, we like everyone to have working brakes, and parachutes are handy, but we don't talk about ABS. But when it comes to things like hill climb, time attack, circuit racing, Bosch Motorsport does their own motorsport ABS as well. So that's one thing that we kind of would mention as well. For some people, love more than just a steer down the straight. I don't think we've seen one straight run down here.
No,
yet.
we haven't. No, they've all been steering here today.
We've seen a lot of 1,500 footers doing this, but we haven't seen many go right down the middle. But
we've seen a lot of two-wheel action.
A lot of wheelies, a lot of sump bashing. We've had it all.
We've had cars on their two wheels on their side,
and we're still in Q1. So this is let's just hope everyone keeps it up. Now, look, another announcement. We've just had a couple of reminders there, and I know that was obviously mentioned before in the briefing. The whole breakage scenario, right? Something's let go. You're in the car. Hopefully you're attuned into the car to go, yep, that's not right, that's not normal. The priority is to just, lift off the throttle, safely pull the vehicle to a stop. Don't drive it all the end going, what was that, what was that, what was that? All that time you're rolling there wondering, what did I do? We've already seen it. We've seen it 3 times. We've seen it 3 times in the last hour. Rolling through and just dropping this stuff forever. This is the stuff that really does kill events this way. And we're asking all competitors, please, just be mindful. A couple of other things too. Make sure your oil cap's tight, right? Not mentioning any names, Scott Hoffman. Not that his was loose today, but his was loose last week. He caught it in the nick of time, I think, when it come off. But so make sure your oil cap's on. Make sure your overflow, like your puke, if you call it a puke tank. You make sure that that's always regularly emptied. When's the last time you emptied that? Any coolant overflow, make sure that's empty. Make sure your sun plug's tight. Wipe underneath the car. Get underneath and check everything out. All of this stuff, all it takes is just one oversight in all of that. And all these heavy-breathing cars, they've all got to have it anyway. If you read the rule book, in reality, it's lower engine containment devices. It's something around the transmission as well, whether it's a blanket or a shield. Obviously, drive shaft loops is mandatory. And all your coolant recovery. You've got to hold everything. You can't drop anything to the ground. And look, this is probably not really relevant today, but anyone in street compact, any street car, you can't use the aircon, because we condensate onto the ground as well. So we just really want to clamp down. We're letting everyone know, we've got this opportunity because we're just about to go qualifying again here in just a tick. It turns out our burnout guys are nearly on notice, ready to go. But I said, look, let's
because knowing our luck, we'll get them out to do a skid right now, and we're back on track. So we'll just have to hold it up for the moment. We'll kick it into gear again here shortly. But we're just asking all competitors, please check all of your recovery, your fluid recovery systems, your catching. And, of course, you know, the rule used to be about 600 mil worth of recovery. I even worked out in my car that I needed 2 separate systems because I had one coolant, like one overflow tank, and it was it was like triple the capacity you needed, and it was vented. And I had coolant recovery going into that. But, of course, the engine's breathing as well. So what I found is if the thing got a little bit too hot, she started to weep a bit of coolant into that tank. I've got the engine breather going into there. What happened is she started blowing the filter full of coolant was coming out of the filter. I had LS coolant in the car. You get to the end and you're wondering why your car's sort of got a pink spray pattern on the side of the car, and you realise, geez, that's just been spraying out of there. So then I went to 2 different tanks, let it breathe into one and let it just take the coolant into the other. But it's easier on some cars to do that. A lot of guys back in the day, you'd have that under the bonnet. So when that did breathe, even if it did blow out the breather, well, you've got vapour and oil under the bonnet, where there's, you know, an hot turbo and exhaust, so it's kind of not the best way. So a lot better practice now is coming through different car builders, that when you do run your vent lines, you know, your breathers for your engine, everything like that, they're actually running them all the way to the back of the car. So they're basically terminating them behind the back tyres, just because it's like, well, if anything does vent, it's going to not go under the tyres, and at least it's half safe. But here's a bloke that I couldn't wait to get back on talking with, and Sydney Dragway. Well, this guy is one of our prominent voices. It's I was going to call him his little DJ nickname, but we'll say Rusty Gregory. G'day, Rusty.
How
Welcome
are you,
back,
boys.
Good, mate. Good.
That's the way. I can't believe the quality of a day that we've got here. Look at the weather. You could not
Gorgeous.
ask for a better May day than this, could you?
Yeah, it's and even temp-wise, like I don't rate it as too cold. I think I don't know what the forecast is today, probably medium 20s? Or?
Yeah, low 20s, mid to low 20s. It's actually quite warm when you're out there in the sun, so the track should get a fair bit of heat into it. It's probably warm enough you can take your jumper off. It seems to be the consensus out there for most of the guys outside. But yeah, looking forward to a big day of racing. It's going to be a good one.
Don't forget you can go grab your Jamboree hoodies, because you know what happens when it gets cold. You're going to go get your hoodie.
Yes.
So make sure you grab that before they sell out. That's always a thing. And isn't it amazing? People are funny. You may not want to buy one at the beginning of the day. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to buy a hoodie. And then it's like, as soon as that, if you get a little cold snap come in, and as you said, it was minus at Canberra today, you get the right breeze blowing the right way, hoodies sell out real quick. So do that.
100% get in early, because otherwise you won't get the size. You'll end up wearing a 4XL or an extra small. And yeah, that doesn't usually look too good on just about anybody. So.
Yes, we're out of mediums. We're out of larges. Yes, we've got 1XL left, but we got, 92 4XLs. And it's like, oh... Have you ever tried 4XL stuff on? Like, sometimes you'll get a shirt as a surplus thing, and you look, 4XL, I'll wear this. I was like, no, these are pajamas.
Here's what you do. If you've got too many 4XLs, you just rebrand them as hoodies, add $10 to the value, and then sell them. They'll sell out, guaranteed.
That's a cracker idea there, mate. I've never known you to be an apparel hustler, but
hey, you do what you got to do, mate.
Yeah, that's a good
do what
idea.
you got to do to get by.
That's great. That's great. But yeah, I tell you what, Rusty, we know what we get here at Sydney Dragway. We get nothing but the very best. The feedback through the races, and not only through local, but from interstate, Victoria and Queensland. They're happy to travel the distance to come here because they love the facility. The track's flat, sticky, but it's more about how, when you turn up to a facility like this, it's like, wow, this does. If you've been at a lot of the other tracks around the place, this is kind of the standard, and I think people are happy to travel to be here. It's good to see that's one critical part to get people involved and interested and stay interested in the sport.
Absolutely, and it's not just an Australian standard either. It's a world standard.
Yeah.
The amount of Americans that come out here, particularly that look at this place and go, "Holy jeebus!"
Yeah.
It is just incredible when they walk out into the cauldron. There's not too many other tracks like this, and I'm lucky enough that I've had the privilege of being to pretty much every track in the country, including the Bend, which is under construction at the moment, which is going to be absolutely awesome. Looking forward to heading down there with Jambo.
I don't know. Have we? I think we've released the date, haven't we?
I don't know if there's a date, but I know there's definitely talk about it. So
I've seen a date, And so there is. We won't confirm it yet, but let's just say, if everything goes to plan, and remember, they're still trying to finish the joint.
Yeah.
Let's just say that it's a good chance that before December, but not before October, let's just say that we could be having our first Jambo in South Australia at the Bend. And by the sounds of it, everyone's going to want to go there.
The really cool thing about the Bend is not just the drag racing facility itself, because that's only one part of that whole facility. All concrete racetrack, really long braking area, top notch. You're not going to get any better than that. It's going to be absolutely on par with Sydney Dragway, if not better. But it's the whole facility. So when you're actually standing at the front gates of the caravan park that they've got there, so the camping and caravan park, it is literally less than 200 metres from the front gate of the caravan park to the pit gate for the drag strip. So you could literally walk there. They've got self-contained cabins there. They've got a Ridges Hotel on site. I think they've got just on 100 rooms at the Ridges Hotel. The whole thing is it's literally a self-contained city. So when you roll in there, you park up. You don't have to start the car and move the car until it's time to go home at the end of the weekend. It's absolutely awesome.
It's only an hour out of Adelaide, is that right?
Just on that. About 15 minutes outside of Murray Bridge.
Right.
And just down the road from Tailem Bend as well. And yeah, it's a really good part of the world.
And you know, Murray Bridge, just that you've mentioned that town, of course, you know, they're no strangers to having a few hot rod gatherings and a few things there. So you know what. And look, honestly, there'll have to be an official opening and all that for the drag racing, everything like that. And I know that they had their official opening when they did the circuit track. And look, you know, I just hope we can continue to slowly change government's minds about what this is that we do. Now, yes, motorsport is a term that we use, but here, this is a form of motorsport. But more, when you talk to all the people that own these cars, there's not too many. There's none. Professional races, right?
Yeah.
So this is a recreation. So what they're doing at the Bend, having a caravan park and all the facilities for races to attend, they realise that's a recreation there. So we may be able to ease back on the whole motorsport thing.
It's a destination.
Because politicians, honestly, this way, they're happy to tell you, travel Australia, get a caravan, put all your money in the local economy. It's jobs in the servo, it's jobs in the pubs, it's jobs in the bakery, it's jobs everywhere. Now, the government probably doesn't know too much about is all the jobs that happen in the aftermarket industry now. Right. And while people are continuing to pursue this recreational motorsport in huge numbers because these facilities are getting so good, is that the governments, I think, have got to realise, yes, we can't get in the way of this and maybe think about another couple of tracks.
Well, the next step when you look at it is down at Avalon, where they've just announced a new circuit track down there in Victoria.
Yeah, right.
But no drag strip, no mention of a drag strip at this point. But when you look at just about every major motorsport complex or facility or whatever you want to call it, precinct, you know, you've got a circuit track, you've got a speedway, you've got a drag strip. Those are usually the way it works. Now, I believe they've got two of those things at Avalon once this place is complete. So there's only one more piece to the puzzle.
That's
exactly right. So hopefully we see a little bit more forward thinking from some of our governments around the place.
Well, it's just got to get those guys in the room at the time when you see it at its peak, and that's like big crowds, a lot of people around, and go, wow, who are all these people? And you say, Minister, they're voters, mate. They're voters.
Yes.
And if you lean towards what these people are about, you'll get their vote, because it is, as I said, it's not only the caravan park, it's not only the pub or the bakery, it's the workshops. All these workshops employ people. And as last time I looked, just in our Queensland area, there's not one workshop that goes, oh, looking for work, I need customers. They've got plenty.
Yep.
In fact, I was actually talking to a gentleman from Victoria who's got a very successful tuning shop, and he tells me he's got about 20 cars at the moment finalising in projects. He had another 30 odd that wanted to get in, and said his biggest problem is that people just want their car now, and it's like, well, you've got other people in line, but he's also got 30 engines on the build. 30 engines on the build.
Yeah.
And I don't doubt this guy one little bit, because he's a bit of a quiet achiever. But when he tells me, and he sort of does specialise, he's more into six bangers. He's more into the let's just say the Ford 6 cylinders, but he did say he's got a run on RB30s at the moment like you wouldn't believe, and he says, I've got that much work, and that's just one workshop. If I talk to Sticks from Quick Bits in Victoria, same thing is he can't complain, he's got that much work, he said he can't complain.
Yeah.
So that's just two. I know that's the same in Sydney. I know it's the same in Brisbane. It's not on a decline, it's on a rise. This is a new form of what they call recreational motorsport.
Yep.
People want... And now the car that they want is the dual purpose. That's put the kids in it. Let's go to Cars and Coffee. Let's go and hang out at Joe's Diner like we have. So we've got a diner in Brisbane, just sort of off the city near the gateway called Joe's Diner. And when they put nights on, that's 1,000 cars turn up.
Yeah.
And I know that probably for Sydney markets here and everything like that, you get very similar turn ups.
Yeah.
And they're not even they're not even these cars.
That's right, and that's the beauty of the technology that they've got these days with your ECUs and your tuning options that you've got available. You can have a car that goes out there and runs incredibly quick times on the quarter, but then you detune it, change it over, put it back on the street, and it becomes a family cruiser. It's not that difficult to do. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's no surprise that everybody is absolutely flat stick at the moment, and I'm sure that as the motorsport industry keeps growing, and particularly the drag racing industry, the aftermarket industry keeps growing, it's only going to go from strength to strength.
Yeah, that's good to see, and we're right in the middle of it here. But then also too, sometimes we don't have any other better way of cleaning up oil, and we're just doing it now. We can't just do a peel off like on your helmets and speedway. Where it's like, oh, we'll drop something, peel.
It's actually not a bad idea.
A peel off.
That's not a bad idea. A tear off for a racetrack.
A tear off for a racetrack.
I like that.
Trouble is, I think we've got too much horsepower there. You'd go, hang on, we're starting to rip the starting to rip this layer up. I just don't think we can ever quite do it. Yeah, so they're just So I got Janie. So big shout out to Janie watching at home. And
hi, Janie.
Yeah, hi, Janie. She's watching all on the live stream, so she's also formulating our Pepper Money Cash Boost. So that's still a great incentive. That of course during qualifying. So the Pepper Money Cash Boost happens during qualifying. We'll do the presentations once we're finished qualifying. We give the big checks out. Cash Boost reward the most consistent cars during qualifying based on an average of their ET. So that's not about just the quickest ETs. It's about, well, if you're consistently quick over 3 rounds, you'll probably get that. Now, that happens in Factory Extreme, Pro Turbo, Pro Compact, and Pro Mod, which we haven't seen those classes yet. So when they do come out very shortly, the Pepper Money Cash Boost, we've got to start keeping an eye on that, and I'm glad Janie will be keeping an eye on that. We can scroll and doodle like we normally do up here, but she'll keep an eye on that.
We are not the numbers guys. We are not the guys you want doing the calculations.
Oh, now come
things.
on, mate! You're selling Maddie and me and you
short.
I
can't spell, but I can count.
Matty
I can only do one.
brought his crayons. You've got your abacus. I've got my big stone tablet here. Between the three of us, we might be able to work it out, but I've got more faith in Jane.
Yeah,
well,
that's it. JD's.
Has everyone got all their fingers? Can we count to 30?
No, I've only got 11.
So that's an average ET. So you can imagine three qualifying runs down there, and it's probably the closest spread to the 3. I mean, sometimes we have them consistently slow, but sometimes they're unbeatable. So that's all going to be the spread over three ETs for them. Now, the Castrol Edge Workshop Challenge, the same thing, but this is during elimination. So we've had people enter, and there's a lot of workshops out there that are aware of this because we've been doing it for a little while now. We've got them on the hook. They love that idea that they're not only representing their customers per car, but they're representing themselves as a workshop. So the Castrol Edge Workshop Challenge during eliminations, and remember, that can be in a variety of different categories. So you don't have to have all your cars in one category. You might have, just say you got one workshop, you got 10 cars. You might find that you've got, 4 cars in J275, but you've got one in all motor and you've got one in another class. So that's, all racking up points, I think, per win. So some of our workshops today, for example, I just found it there, Rusty. What have you got there at some of our workshops?
We've got, obviously, Promaz, one of the long-term competitors at Jambo. Pack Performance goes without saying. They've got always a massive contingent at the Garrett Turbos Jamboree. Matooks, only 2 cars from Matooks, which I thought there might be a few more, but nonetheless. Dandy Engines in there as well. Spot On Performance from up your neck of the woods, Diggles. Black Track Performance, Gas Racing, of course, located just around the corner. No surprise that they've got a big, strong team this weekend. Maz Works, Boost Works, Haddad Race Cars and Engineering, Kiprios Performance, Geo's Garage, CK Automotive, and Forced Performance. So pretty stacked list of workshops there, mate.
And I've just had a bit of a read because they've got all the entrant names there beside it. So when we have a look at that, so look, Spot On's got so it's got Ryan Holtz and Nick Baxter here, which have not turned up. Ryan grenaded the converter last week, and I think Nick had a little tweak with the 3RZ. How's that? A 3RZ and a Fox body. That was debuted last weekend up at
rock and roll. I like it.
So it went mid fives already in the 8th on a 235. So and apparently that's the world's first 3RZ powered Mustang. So there we go. We had a world first something.
There you go.
Yeah. So and that thing will be quick once he's leaning on it. But so they're not in the spot on team today because Ryan and Nick aren't here. But we've got Lee Povey, Danny Lansdowne, Andrew and Brent Cole. So spot on can still represent there. Black Track Performance. Well, everyone from Ben Slaughter, Aaron Murphy, and Martin Whelan, I think, are still going to be there. And Gas Racing, well, let's have a look. We haven't seen him yet. It says Zoran Gadget, Frank Tarabay, Afif McHale, Peter Donchos, Eddie Howak, Michael El Khoury, Ayan Setene, and Sam Khoury. But we might have lost the RX-7 then, so that might be a late scratching. But even with some of them, I've just got 2 in there, or even Georgie Haddad. I rate him as drag racing royalty. He had Paulie Chabotto in there in Pro Mod, but I think Paulie. He had a problem with the EB, and I think during testing he ran some PBs in the short times, but he's not here today. Kyprios Performance, well, we've got Sam Kyprios with the 3RZ powered Starlet, and then Scott Hoffman, the 3RZ powered Corolla, so all 3RZs in there. And then look at this, Geo's Garage, we've got Frank Canistra in 2 classes, of course, the VR38 Datsun 1200 and the full tilt 13B RX3. So there's some interesting ones there. Even SEK Automotive's in there as well, Force Performance, as we said. So once they all come out and run in their categories, I'm glad Janie will be crunching the numbers. So look, I've got people there messaging me saying, "Oh, do we need the burnout cars out? Do we need this out?" and all that sort of stuff. And look, I thought we were 5 minutes away. We're at that stage now where we are just giving that thing a rub, so we can't be too much further away. No, in my luck, we'll get a burnout car out there right now. We can't actually because we do have a vehicle there on the pad, so that kind of won't work. We trust you for your patience right at this moment. We are just getting ourselves sorted.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Diggles?
Sure.
So I know we don't get a lot of responsibility up here in the commentary box.
No.
But that little bit of paper that you got in front of you there says that we get to choose best wheel stand, best burnout,
yes,
best cruise style. That's our jam. That's what we do. The wheel stand is always a hotly contested category at Jambo, without a doubt. The 3H is a wheel stand. You want to talk through the competitors just in case they haven't heard that before?
Now, Triple H. Now, it's not the WWE wrestler. Triple H. It's height, hang,
this is serious.
Yeah, height. Yeah, it's actually real. Height, hang, and haul. So yes, I love one on the bumper. What I love more than one on the bumper is one that carries it off the bumper, or just doesn't have to be on the bumper, but it can be out and quite a dominating launch with a bit of carry. Now, what I like is one that you can come out of and still get an ET.
Yes.
So if you can haul the mail on the same run, so height, hang, and haul. And we've already got a short list that we doodled a few. We know we should really not go that early writing down the list, but we've seen some biggies already. We saw Benny into the wall there with the VL. We saw Hoff go. Hoff pedalled his twice in the Corolla and brought it down with some sparks and everything underneath it. But we normally then ask the crowd, who thinks that one wins it. So we will need a little bit of input from you guys as we see it. But that's one that over the years we've had to develop, because when you get given the responsibility of giving out, an award, is that you've got to try and determine, in what capacity are we judging it on.
There is a certain level of criteria that you need to meet. We can't just give it out to anybody. And, I mean, given Matty's background in coming from the burnout world, I believe it would only be fitting if we gave it up to him to choose best burnout of the day.
Yes.
I can do that, yes.
And I don't know whether this guy's going to continue his run of best burnout awards, but Mr. Matuk always hovers around to make sure that he keeps an eye on where the burnout level is at, because
That's right.
He'll come out, especially if VL God's still around. Like if he's got VL God here, that'll be the car. That thing's probably won him more burnout awards than any other car.
Or if we just tell him that he doesn't have the burnout award leading up to his final run, that normally puts a bit of a...
that should guarantee at least 1,000 for burnout.
At
least 1,000
inspires him a bit more, I think.
But again, you've got the 3 criteria in burnouts that you need to do. Obviously, the speed that you reach during the burnout,
the amount of smoke,
density of smoke, consistency of smoke, quality of smoke. There's a few things that you need to hit to make sure that you can walk away
And
with that
RPM,
award.
like you got to make sure you have plenty of RPM.
Oh, it's got to be screaming.
Exactly.
To quote a commentator here, I can't remember who it was. Grab top, gear your dog. Grab top gear and send it.
Oh, look, it's a hard thing to try and work out sometimes because, look, technically it says best burnout. It doesn't say longest, but that kind of comes.
Well, no, that comes
No,
into
but
it.
it's part of it, like the Triple H with when we go with the wheel stands.
Height hang wall, you need
you might have a
distance.
longer burnout but less smoke. So
Yeah,
you know,
you're
but
right.
so
It's all
it's
open to
part of it, you know.
interpretation.
It's got to be.
You're going to get judged on each part, and those points are going to go together to create the best burnout.
It's got to be a dominating performance, nonetheless, and we'll certainly be looking for that. Another hard one to do is the judge the crew style, so best presented crew. So we're looking at a really nice looking car. We're looking at the crew all in the same uniform. You know, do they have a presence about them? And that's so hard to do. We've only got a couple of hundred to choose from, so that'll come into our vision a little bit later on. I know that the earlier you talk about it, it gets into your subconscious. You watch stuff and then you start to pick up things. And Marky and I had a whole bunch to try and determine last weekend, and an award that was created called the Bump City Award. We had to pick out who was the best bumper, so we had to go through. And look, not that we got one of these today, but let's talk about this phenomenon that's come into drag racing in the last probably 5 years. Where was it before that? Nowhere, right? So turbocharged cars have come along, and right now, you hear them bring it up on the converter, you hear them try and light the wick, you hear them go to a rev limiter, and then you got to move the thing an inch into stage. So then the thing called the bump box was invented. Nowhere else in world motorsport, like Lewis Hamilton doesn't have a bump box in Formula One. No one's going to have a bump box except drag racers. But it's only a turbocharged thing. Nitrous guys can roll in there on idle. Aspo guys can roll in. Blower guys love racing turbo cars because it's like, I got you on a plate on the line because you've got to engage a few systems on these cars to get them in, right? So, if I got and the smart bumpers have got brake line pressure. So they talk about getting some staging brake pressure. In other words, you want to pull that through the brake. So you don't. Some guys still just use the trans brake, which gives you a little bit too much rock when you're bumping. So we're trying to work out what's the criteria to award a Bump City Award, which was given to us last week. So one of the things that came up as a criteria, I don't want to see the bottom bulb flicker. I don't want to flicker. I want a dominating one bulb, one shot.
Well, okay, I'm going to flip it back on
Go
you
on.
here. So a shallow stage is ideal when you bring it back. If you're chasing ET, shallow stage is what you want. So isn't a flicker technically a sign of skill when it comes to the bump?
Extra skill is a bottom bulb with no top bulb flicker. That's a dominating.
That's a mistake. That's.
Oh, wait, we saw every mistake last weekend. We saw every head game go on last weekend.
That's
Especially
just a bad job of rolling through the beams.
Well, it's also about. So we're trying to just tell people, look, listen, it's an award. Let's just see how it goes. So I said to Mark by the end of qualifying, I said, look, I don't want to see the bottom bulb flicker. I just want to see a dominating bump in that doesn't take the top bulb out. So that, in other words, that's you controlling the final part of where you put
and
the
that's
car.
where it's going to come back to the brake
and
pressure.
especially when you're at Bump City, right? When you got them both on limiters, right? So maximum destruction just seconds away if you don't just get into stage and go. So it gets this drama. The longer this process takes, the old pulse goes up, the temperatures go up in the cars, the things are nearly going to destroy themselves if they don't get into stage. So when the stage is set, one guy's decided to engage in battle and he's put on two bulbs, and your opponent then comes in and attempts to get in within 7 seconds. That time's quite a drama-filled time. So you know who won it last weekend? Because we looked at it this way. I want a strong bottom bulb. I also want to see him win the race on a hole shot if you can. So it's about bumping in and getting out.
So bump and launch.
When it could become a bump or
bump and run.
A bump and run. It turned into a bump and run because the guy that won it, Shane Baker, he was in it's like a J275 car, right? Full exhaust system on it, so I can't even hear the thing. His opponents, you can hear it. It's bumped in. He's lit. Baker's in the far lane, ready to bump. He goes in. He puts the bottom bulb on fully. They throw the tree. He goes 001 on the leave.
Ooh.
So I had to give. I go, dude, that's like a perfect. You know what I mean? All that part was perfect.
Yeah.
And that's what that had to be. And I said, well, whole shot win when you can do that's something. And that was just something special that came out of nowhere. I go, dude, give that money, give that man the prize.
If you want to break the bump down even further, you've really got to start looking at suspension setups and things
All of
like
that.
that as
Some
well.
of them rock.
Because when you got your leaf spring cars, which there are still quite a few floating around, ones that got a lot of travel in the front end, they roll in on the bump. And there was one I was watching yesterday in testing. I can't remember who it was, but I reckon it was rocking in and out probably for 4 or 5 seconds, just as it started to settle itself down, and then he had to bump again to get it all the way in. So
was that fair XW?
I think it might have been,
yeah, because
actually.
I think Keithy Hards, it looks like he's driving it. Like, I know it's Frank's, but I think Keith's here on the entry list. Yeah, that thing was bobbing backwards and forwards.
Lot of travel in the suspension on that
bobbing
thing.
backwards and forwards. And we talked about that last night on a bit of a bench race. It's like, does that really unsettle the car? Having a car not stationary, but then you let it go when it's not stationary. So it's still oscillating. It hasn't settled itself. Now, depends on where you are.
Depends on where you are in the range.
Depends on where you go when you let the button go. If you're rocking forward and you let go, maybe that's not as good as rocking backwards. But
maybe it is.
Well, I don't know. Is there any physicists in the can write us a small little thing?
Case study.
You can use AI if you want, which seems to be the way to get things written these days. I'd love to see some theories on that, mate. Folks, we are we're still just got a focused rub here. We're just determining that. I don't know what exactly might have come out of this thing. You know what I mean? Like, oil we can handle. We didn't have to, unless it was coolant or something. But you know what I mean? We didn't have to bag it. So we are just at that point of a final little rub there. We'll just crack a few things just on the main screen here for a second. We'll do a little bit of investigation just in back of house here for a sec, folks. But don't go away. We are just only, you would assume, as I said 5 minutes ago, minutes away from coming back here with more qualifying here for Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree. Don't go anywhere.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
We have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Oceania College of Technology. An RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
Look as far as I can see, but you don't want to talk to me, no. And not through words, not through songs, not through whispers, not through phones. When I look at you, I know that got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song.
Thought it was 5 minutes, that was 20 minutes ago. So who's ready to catch some stuff? Anyone? Anyone? Okay. Now remember, the black ones that we hit out are the ones you keep. If you do get a random coloured one, that's the one that you can take to Jam Central and get a prize, all right? So the black ones are for you to keep, all right? They're just a little gesture, a little bit of entertainment. We're going to try and get some air here. So, Matty?
All right, let's fire them up. Want to see your hands in the air if you want Diggles to shoot you a ball. We're going to start off with the black J balls. These are the ones you get to keep. They're just a bit of fun. They're a stress ball. Throw them at your siblings. Annoy them in the back of the car. Whatever. Here we go, over this side. We've got the arms up over here. Diggles, go on, send it up there. What about up the back? He's warmed up already this morning. I reckon he can go all the way. Oh, backhand. There we go. Up towards the bar area. There we go. What about over here? Who wants to see some J balls? What are we going to get? Oh, we missed too. Oh, what are you doing up there? Come Got to catch this on the full. Straight into these arms. Straight away. So these black J balls, the Jambo balls, you get to keep them. They're a bit of a stress ball. You can squeeze them, take them to work, throw them at your friends, have a bit of fun with them. Oh. I can't even catch. You gonna keep going? 2 in one hand? No, we're not a juggler. There we go. The sun's in our eyes now. You've got the sunnies on. Here we go. Where are we going? Hands up. Nice and high. That make it look so easy, don't you? Can you make it look hard next time? Oh, nice. Out into the aisle. How's that? Nearly got 2 for 1. Keep going. Get a big swing on it, Diggles. You warming up? Here you go. You want this? Can you see up there? I've still got some balls. What, you going to? Backhand. Whoa, we're going back this way. On the roof. Go for the roof. If we go up on the shade, you never know where it's going to go, I reckon. On the shade, it could go left, it could go right. Are we going to get up there? Yeah, where's it going? Where's it going? Oh, there we go. It jumps out somewhere. Where was that? They didn't want... Arms up if you want to see a J ball. Come on. Where are we? One of these. Straight in front. You ready? Oh, there you go. You going to do the run up? Straight down the middle. What's going on, boys? Can't catch. You ready? Oh, you're going to go with this one. We're going up all the way? Yep. Oh, in the gap. Didn't even, straight through. More black J balls. You get to keep these ones. Bit of a stress ball for you. He's lined up. He's even got the armbands on. He's got the headband on. He always comes ready at jam. Oh, what is this? Coloured ball, ladies and gentlemen. We don't throw these ones out too often. This one will get you something at the Jamboree merchandise van. The Jambo merch. Who wants to get something? Lucky prize when you take this coloured ball up. We've only hit a couple out today. Oh, he's going back. This one's got a bit of weight and distance. Come on, make a bit of noise. You want to get yourself something here? You never know what you're going to get up at the J Merch tent. Top of the stairs. Where are we going? Big. Oh, it's all right. You need the exercise. You got to go that side. All right, make a bit of noise if you want the coloured ball. The lucky dip prize. Way over. Just take it over. If you get that ball, take it over to the Jamboree merchandise. If you've got the coloured lucky ball, it's written on there. The Lucky J. All right, we're going to send the black balls back out. These ones are just for you to keep, these black J balls. Who wants a squishy black ball? Here we go. Send them up there. There we go. We got one down there. Send it again. Big spin. Oh, we're going to get someone walking by. Some unsuspecting person. What was that, Diggles? Yeah, reserve. Backhand. Go on. No. Up on the roof. Which way is he going to go? Oh, pops out. Just keep sending them up there. Where are we go? How's the track looking? The tractor is leaving, which is a good sign. We've got a couple more J balls to go. The tractor's leaving the track. Hopefully that means we are going to be underway with racing in the J275 in just a moment. You can go further than that. You're just getting a bit tired. Here we go. Send it up. We're going. Where's it going to bounce off? It's cheating using the hat. You know that. Oh, right through the gap. Straight through again. We got any more? Couple more. Come on. Go through. He won't hit you. I swear. You don't trust him, do you? You've met Diggles. All right, sounds like cars are getting fired up. We're almost back underway with J275 here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. Still a couple more J balls to throw out in the crowd. Whack them out. Big round of applause to everyone who got one. Don't forget, you get to keep the black J balls. They are yours. The one lucky person that got the coloured lucky ball, you get to take that up to the Jambo merch and get yourself a lucky door prize. But one more. Well, you got two more. Two more hits. Where are we going, Diggles? We're going over here. Concrete stairs. Hands up if you want to see a J ball. Give him something to aim at. Make a silly noise. Get it before he does. One more, last one. Oh, he's lost it. All right, let's get back underway with racing.
Well, thank you very much to Boris Becker and Matt Kavanagh out there doing a fantastic job here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree for 2023 here at Sydney Dragway. Different time of year to what we're usually here, but I've got to be honest, I'm enjoying the cooler weather. Definitely horsepower making conditions, that is for sure. Chris Velkovsky coming up now in the VS Commodore Ute. He's running in J275 this weekend. Strong sounding car, strong burnout down there. Of course, J275 brought to us by every trade group here this weekend. They deliver the highest quality construction, fit out, heritage, new builds and complex refurbishments in key sectors across the nation. They offer fully integrated services in these specialist sectors and bring a sustainable focus to absolutely everything they do. Their team is passionate and dedicated to meeting and exceeding expectations. Look them up on Facebook or Google, every trade group. And a thank you to them for bringing us J275 here this weekend. Solo pass to kick us off. Velkovsky, don't have any details on what his previous run was. Looks like there may have been a little bit of a computer error earlier on, but that's okay. One run will go down in the books very, very shortly here. We are running just a touch behind in terms of the schedule of racing, thanks to a couple of early oil downs. But look, these things happen. When you're pushing cars to the kind of performances that we're seeing this weekend, you certainly are going to break things every now and then. And unfortunately for Chris Velkovsky, he has just rolled backwards out of the beams. Not quite sure what the problem is down there. He got the green and then reversed out of the lights, which is usually, and I say usually, in a championship setting, usually an instant disqualification. But I think it may have something to do with the pro tree that came up. So we'll see. Perhaps maybe he was supposed to be on a full tree. I'm not 100% sure. But we'll find out very shortly. In stage, just waiting for a quick Christmas tree reset here.
Oh,
welcome back, Boris Becker. Sorry,
Boris Becker. I like that.
Yeah, well, you had the headband, you had the hair. I mean, you've got the.
Well, mate, in today's modern sports, I actually identify as Billie Jean Cash. So
okay.
that's me. Yeah.
Well, look, you can be whatever you want.
Yes, I didn't bring my glasses, my Billie Jean glasses down this time. All right,
Craig Gorgon, if you really want.
Yeah. Well, I'm not vaxxed. For Mill Park, Victoria, Chris Velkovsky. He's already gone over the 8, so this will be his quarter mile ET. Because the first two pairings actually went over the 8. So he's going to go the full 13.20 here. And look, it's not bad, point A to point B. Look, 8.85, 154, nothing to be sneezed at. And considering we are a heads-up pro tree category, though, you just don't know what your opponent might do. Because we've got everything from, literally low 7s to, mid to high 8s.
If there's one thing I love, it's a early 70s Corolla with a healthy dose of nitrous. Guy King coming up now.
And a damn bower in the thing.
How cool is this thing? I just saw the big purge before he rolled into the burnout box, and I'm like, hang on, what is in this? It is as neat as you like it. He's taking on Fred Karam in the S15 Nissan over in the Rocket Industries lane.
So Pro Turbo, brought to us by Tuner's Edge. So here we go, Fred Karam. Well, it's the RB30. And Guy King, Barra-powered KE20 Corolla. Only in Australia, really? Only in Australia.
It's not the kind of combination you're going to see in too many other places around the world.
No, not at all, not at all.
So this is the first time that we have seen the Pro Turbo guys out on the racetrack, as Mr. Diggle said, brought to us by Tuner's Edge. Looks like Fred Karam had a few problems getting the car into reverse. Looks like he's got it all under control now. But some definite body language from the crew down there trying to get him back up in his tyre tracks.
Yeah, all right. No, Matty Cav's gone down to the start line just to see if he can grab something if we get a slight delay down there. But right now, the Pro Tree is ready. RB30 versus Barra. And you've got to get one down first to see what your baseline is. Not everyone tests up to there. Guy King He's had quite a few laps at Willowbank, so that car's pretty sorted. Fred Caramo, we've had the S50. Well, hang on.
That's a problem.
They've taken the S15 back. Oh, there's a little bit of leakage on the line there. I don't know what it may be.
Yep, definitely stuff. Looking at where it's located and how quickly it's drying up,
could be
I
fuel.
don't think it's fuel.
You don't think?
Oh,
No?
Yeah, actually, maybe. Oh,
I mean, even with that, we can't let you run on,
Yeah,
on
no,
fuel.
it
Can you
is.
imagine you can just burn that thing to the ground if you ever did that? There we go. Guy King,
Oh.
little wheelie.
Double wheelie.
Gets the half track now. Did he shift? I don't think he shifted gears. Half track 518, 516 rather, 117 mile an hour, 125 in the 60 foot.
Half track shut off 937. That's not too shabby.
It's a crazy car. I just don't think it shifted because lucky enough, if we can just hear through the cans, we hear the microphones on the cameras, and I think further down it just didn't sound like that Barra got into top gear. All right, well, we continue on this time, though. All the way from Mackay. Oh, nice.
Jay Sadek's always one that's right up there for the best burnout. He's
Oh,
given
yeah.
it a fair crack over the last couple of years.
Yeah, put your hands together for a good skid from Jay Sadek. Rob Cady gave it a crack as well. So Jay Sadek, well, what can you say about? I mean, I think this car's for sale as well.
Is it?
I think I saw it for sale. 20B.
Perfect Mother's Day present.
Oh, perfect Mother's Day present. Look what I bought you. I bought you a Pro Turbo car.
RX3.
You know,
Run sixes.
I was hoping for a Thermomix, but I got myself a Pro Turbo car.
Yeah.
Now,
it's a Rotomix. It's the same thing.
And the Sadek, yes, a Rotomix. That's good. A Rotomix. I bought you a Rotomix. So Rob Cady's got CQ Rotary. So Mackay is his home track. So he's come a fair distance to be a part of it. And why wouldn't you? It's the metric mecca that brings us all together. Jay Sadek, well, so we got Rob Cady with a clutch pedal and going through the clutchless gearbox. We've got Jay Sadek, 20B turbo with an auto. We know this thing's got a bump in. And I know that they normally use a little bit of nitrous oxide to light that big turbo up.
Just get it rolling because it is a very, very big turbo to get spooling on its own.
Now the track looks very, very good. I'm just worried sometimes about the big tyre guys in these situations. Too much grunt might shake these things. Let's just see how they go on the first setup. Great turbo, qualified. Oh, I think he spun it more than, a little bit of shake, Cady, half track, is still getting all the gears, 528 to half track, and 818 at 168. That'll do. That's a number down anyway. You've got to get a number down to be qualified, and he's done that. Jay Sadek, he's taken the early mark. He didn't even want the ET there. He had the opportunity to still get one, but he's opted out.
Looking at the tyre tracks down there, I don't think it's spun. It doesn't even look like it should.
No.
If it was a clutch car, I'd say it almost looked like it drove through the clutch.
Yeah,
it didn't get up and go.
When that thing's on a string, it's poetry in motion. It leaves, like it's an awesome lever.
Yeah.
It's everything, that car.
Yeah.
And you hear that 20B, especially here, you know, at night, the acoustics stay in here.
Absolutely.
And
Eddie Howard's rolling up some line now running the Gas Racing Rotocal thing.
How about that?
Yeah.
20B on board for Eddie. The Enviro Wake Services Group. Adam Nooner, then of court, SDR Motorsport, the RX3. Now, Nooner's normally been like a 28.9 sort of guy from memory in the past. So here he is on a, still probably on his small tyre by the look of it, but he's having a crack in Pro Turbo, thinking that there might be an option there to maybe unsettle a couple of the big tyre guys.
Now, question for you, Mr. Nichols. Is this the old Abel Ibarra RX-7?
I think it could be.
Because it's definitely got the same
It's got that
lines
whole
as
shape as the old K&N one,
Yeah.
which Joe had brought into the country.
It's definitely got those lines about it, this car. Very, very good looking car. And Eddie's a top guy as well, racing for Enviro Waste, his company. Not afraid to put his money where his mouth is and support the sport here in New South Wales.
Yeah, I can see we've got some Enviro signage here, so he's a big supporter of the sport. So, you know, this is the hobby for these blokes. Yes, it's a form of motorsport. It looks like motorsport on the outside, except when you go down and see who these people are. They're, you know, they're company directors. We've got some on wages. We've got, you know, a lot of trades in these categories.
100%.
But it's recreation. They're competing. as a recreation.
This is their fishing boat.
Well, some of them also have fishing
That's
boats,
very true.
which I don't get, to be honest. And I'll put on the record, you're not getting me out on them anyway. I'll come
with
to the
a bunch
track.
of drag races.
Okay, here we go. So 2 clutches coming into stage now. A bit of Pro Turbo. Oh, no, he's got an auto in that one. Sorry, Eddie. Oh, Eddie had to steer it off the centre line. He's going to drive it back a little bit. Yeah, he's still driving it. And it's going to be a number 726. 726 at 198.
Yeah.
There was a moment there where there was a fair amount of lift off. It went 476 at half track at 153. I do apologise. I thought Eddie was coming in on a clutch, but I heard him bump in.
There was a solid 120, 130 feet where he was off the throttle. When you actually look at the tyre tracks, it went right to the centre line. And that's a testament to the Sydney Dragway track here, because that car was only maybe a metre off the centre line for most of the front half of the run. And it stayed stuck and almost went 200 mile an hour to the finish line after a huge pedal.
It was still good. It was still good. All right, entrance 6182. No entry name as yet. Jason Eck comes back after that launch. So we've got the R100 here in Pro Turbo. We did have Camilleri coming up, but I don't know why he's pulled out here, Camilleri. That Firebird is for sale. And I would have definitely been tweaking the pitch to you people to get yourself into racing.
If an RX3 is not your mum's style, how about a Pontiac Firebird?
Pontiac Firebird. There's a Mitsubishi Eclipse that goes 6.1 for sale.
Look, there's something for every mum.
Something for every mum this Mother's Day.
Don't worry about flowers.
No, no. Flowers are overrated sometimes.
100%. 100%.
Honestly, out of all the industries you can think of, just that it's a gesture industry, isn't it? It's like, here's flowers.
It really is.
Isn't it? Here's something that grows out of the ground.
They're going to die in a week.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know about that.
I was talking about them.
Oh, yeah, got it. All right, Rusty's back. We're back. See what happens.
Yeah,
See what
don't
happens
put us
we get
together,
together
we're
and
dangerous.
mischief starts happening. Entrance 6182. I'm just looking for the master list. I don't think I've got the name, because if it was on there, it'd be on our system.
It's not on the master list. I've already had a look. So, yeah, don't have any details on this neat little green machine down here in the Rocket Industries lane. But he will be taking on... is he going to be going on solo?
No, he is, because Camilleri pushed through there. So he was ready to come through, but is he going to try and get in this one or not?
No, I think Matuk's going to wait for the next one.
Okay. So here comes Kai King back in that little Corolla there. Nice double wheel stand there, Guy. Just well done.
That's a neat car.
How good is it?
That is a really
God,
neat
we've got so many good cars in this country, and obviously, you know, we've got more people than ever, you know, getting in. And I know that I don't know what time it is in Puerto Rico, but yeah, they'd be loving this stuff.
Very aggressive bump. Leaves beautifully, just rides the wheelie bars out, makes a bit of a move over towards the wall. He's definitely driving this thing all the way to the finish line. And a 742, a little bit late on the sheets, 176 miles per hour.
Man.
He drove that thing.
Man.
That was one of those 1,500-foot runs that you were talking about earlier on.
Did you even grab a short time then? I didn't.
Oh, no, I didn't.
It was like a little rocket out of there.
It just rode the wheelie bars perfectly and just drove out of the wheel stand, touchdown. Beautiful pass. Anthony Matuk now coming out in VL God. There is only one VL God, isn't there?
Come on, put your hands together for Anthony Matuk. He did that more for you than him.
For me?
For you.
For me
and for you
specifically.
people.
And for you.
And for you people.
And
And for you and for you.
And for Mum.
Now this is this is his. Well, if you were to put the first ever cornerstone into the business that is Matuk's Racing, it is what he's done with VL God.
100%.
Right from the beginning.
Well, you got to remember that's where the bread and butter came from back in the days.
Absolutely.
It was VL after VL after VL, street meets here at Sydney Dragway, and it just kind of evolved up to where it is now.
And if you had $1 for every VL that's getting built in this country, you'd have $100. Now, there are still VLs in workshops getting finished from everything from RBs, and there's so many guys still sticking with RB motors.
Yeah.
Or the LS, there's a million of those as well.
You can make RBs go so hard these days. It's incredible.
And as I said to Matty Cat before, if Holden didn't make that decision back in the 80s to go with the partnership with Nissan, I just don't know where we would have been with this car. You know what I mean? It was that first factory, that first factory turbo that Holden had. There was no other from memory, I'm thinking. The Piazza was another one they did, but that was like...
Piazza?
Yeah, there was a Holden Piazza, which is a...
A Goggamobile?
Yeah, I forget what the Isuzu version was in America, but it was a turboed 4-cylinder thing. They didn't sell a lot of them.
Okay.
Remember, we had Starions and X's, and
yes, I do
turbos were the big
remember
thing
Starions.
back in the 80s. And you know what? I don't know where Holden would have been if they didn't have a factory RB30 ET. Now, we're going for a quick wander here just
we've
to
got
check
the flashing
something.
reds out here. I'm not quite sure what's going on.
So-
We might have spotted something on the racetrack.
So nothing's... No particular attention paid on the start line underneath the VL, but they are just going for a little bit of an inspection because I don't think Anthony actually ended up quite at half track there
No.
for the burnout,
I
but
think
they
it was
are
about-
going for a bit
it
of a
was about-
wander.
Yeah, it was about 330 foot down there.
We didn't have anyone in the lane previous run. We had the R100 in the right lane go down, but we are just having a little quick inspection. I think it's definitely diverted the attention of our guy at half track. I think he seems to be okay, happy to get over.
Yep.
And we're just having a quick look, so we might be ready to go here.
fire it up,
So
put it
something
in the
might have been
beams.
spotted there or something, but there is just something about that because you know what, Ford Falcons never really come around. Early Fords in the 80s even. XDs, we kind of saw them, you know, they came out with Clevelands and whatever, but no Ford really stuck in the 80s. Anthony Matuk, you madman! You madman! You drove that further than we thought you should have, but you're the guy, you're the driver, you're the one with 1 million laps, because remember, I don't know which racer in Sydney's racer base would have as many laps as this bloke. You know what I mean?
I'm going to take a photo of that, send it to Kelly Betts and say, guess which one is Anthony Matuk from the tyre tracks.
That was 450 to the 8th. That was still 450 to
it
the
went
8th.
104 to the 60.
Yeah, did it really?
Went
Wow.
104 to the 60, and it was already 2 full car widths outside of the groove.
And 450 to half track, so that was a hell of a run right there from Anthony Matuk. And then decided, you know what? I mean, that guy steered. I mean, I don't know what's harder to drive, that thing or 2,000 horsepower GTRs with four-wheel drive. All right, here's Hamid Mansour. This is our GDR category. Now, it's hard for Anthony to be in 2 categories, one after the other, but I know that we have a couple of GDRs in our category. This is Hamid Mansour. It says here from Queensland. I think this is the 6 seconds.
Yeah, I think
GDR weapon that because it says Queensland, that's what twigged, because I think it ran a 6 here a week ago. And it is actually a Queensland registered GDR street car. So we don't have any of those in Queensland. I know we've got a few in New South Wales, but I don't know of too many 6 second street registered GDRs in Queensland. This would have to be it. And it's a beast. Let's just see how he goes here. Hamid Mansour.
Reaction time not a priority
No.
here.
Oh, that's not good, whatever.
Yes, whenever it does things like that, when it just jumps forward, that's not usually a good sign.
Oh, dear me. Like, you want drama, we've got drama. You want carnage, we got carnage. You want spectacular happenings, we've got all of that and more.
Looks like it might be a rear diff on that one because the tray has gone under, and fortunately, hopefully, might have contained a lot of the mess down there. But
Okay, yeah, we've just had word that actually Aaron Stubbs is the one with GDR weapon. Aaron Stubbs is the GDR weapon.
Right.
This one, Hamid Mansour, did just say here from Queensland. So it's hard to catch all the license plates when you've got the parachute straps down there. So didn't quite read that. I'm not up as much as some people are on our license plates. If you were to do a trivia test and say, right, to the average punter, I'm going to tell you 20 different license plates.
Yep.
How many can you identify the vehicle
I
from
used
just
to
the
be a lot
plate?
better than I am now.
Yeah.
I used to be a lot better than I am now.
But we were talking about this last night. Nowhere else in the world that I know of seems to identify their vehicles. I mean, Puerto Rico names their cars have names, right? In Australia, that license plate seems to be
That's
the identity of the
identity.
car.
That's exactly right.
And I know that that's come from the ability to get anything you literally want on a license plate. And
Yeah, there's plenty of places that name cars. There's plenty of places that there's an identity associated with the cars, but there's not many places that actually put them on the plates. That is an intrinsically Australian thing. So hopefully we'll be able to clear the car out of the staging beams down there fairly quickly. I've got a feeling they might be asking for the tilt
I'd
tray.
say it'd be tilt tray. Here comes the tilt tray. He's been busy today, the old tilt tray. He's coming from the bottom end. Well driven, our beautiful R100. How wicked was that launch and everything like that? That was crazy.
Absolutely. Matty Cavia down there on the start line doing something finally. Oh,
is he?
You going to turn me on?
Yeah, there you go.
We turned you on now.
Ben's doing his job as well now. All right, no, boys, can confirm that diff is absolutely annihilated. Looks like they've smashed that in the cradle. It's the third time it's happened to them over the journey of this car, and that will have to get tilt trade off. It is absolutely locked up.
Oh, my God.
That is less than ideal. Less than ideal. So I think you could count that as one that has bitten the dust for the remainder of the event today, because that's not going to be a quick and easy fix.
Well, actually, we had Andrew Hawkins up here before from Motive, and he'd be probably the expert to determine, right, predominantly, what's the top 3 things that you would say has failed on that vehicle? And as Matty said, it's locked up. So is that the transfers locked up, Is it blowing one diff and it just locks the whole line up? But that GDR, let me tell you, what's that?
I'm looking at the very sparkly, shiny thing at the top of the
yeah,
grandstand.
we got some sparkle.
Have we got gold people?
We got 2 gold people walking around. Yeah.
Oh, hello, gold
We've
people.
got a couple of gold members walking around up there.
Gold members.
I love gold. Isn't that weird? She loves gold. Ashton Powers Faja, but. Yeah, we'll get this picked up. But yeah, the back to the license plate deal. Like I know the burnout guys especially. Like the plate, plate was the name of the vehicle, and I get it. And now so many of our street cars that you see get the plate. Yep. And there's one racer here, of course, Scott Hoffman. He's got his KE10 Corolla, so his license plate's KE10.
Makes sense.
Yeah, he's got that. But then he did a roll racing car, and it was a 2JZ and a KE70. But he had already had the plate called Stuff. So the license plate says stuff on it. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's all open for interpretation as to what you want to do. If you've got a bad GDR, you'd like to get bad GDR. But if you're like,
always available.
And then there's always people out there that don't want to spend a lot of money on the license plate. So you try and think, well, what's the best thing? What's the best 3 letters I can get, and what's the best 3 numbers I can get?
There's the gold people.
What are the gold people doing?
The gold people.
The gold people.
Do a trick.
You're so sparkly.
Can you do a trick? There we go. Oh, coordinated trick.
Was that was a fluke, was it? That's got to have been a fluke.
That was...
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
I'll be back in the swing.
Can you sum up what a weekend? Well, we're going to let you go back a little bit here because the car's going to go back. But can you sum up a weekend at Jamboree like this? I mean, you've got the team here, you got the family here, you got all your customers here as well.
Well, that's what it's all about. You know, it's the family, the team, the barbecues, the eating. You know, everyone getting together, and then racing is you know the next best thing, I suppose. Whatever happens, happens as long as everyone's safe. We enjoy ourselves.
Oh, hang on, here we go. We're going to get this car off. We'll come over here a little bit, get out of the way. What else have you got for some of the pack fans who obviously watch on the media? What else is happening in the workshop that's exciting for you?
Oh, everything in the workshop's exciting. You know, there's a lot of really fast street cars getting built. That seems to be the flavour these days. You know, the guys we're all at a certain age group now where everyone is, you know, in the early 40s to early 50s. You know, they got kids. The kids are growing up. They all want cars. They all want to drive with their parents. The parents want to build cars for the kids. You know, it's keeping the families together, and it's a real good feeling, you know, where we're no longer 25, 30 anymore with girlfriends, and we all got, you know, businesses and cars and families, and they're getting the kids into what they used to do and still do. And you see, like, I can't wait to have my kids in the car, and Rocky's got Peter in the car, and, you know, all of our clients have got their kids in cars, and, you know, they're just enjoying themselves, and the business grows, and everyone has more and more fun, which is good.
Well, it wouldn't be a Jamboree without Pack Performance, so we're glad to have you back.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, there we go, boys. Plenty happening, and you're right, Diggles. Lots of retirement funds getting around on wheels.
Yeah, rolling superannuation for a lot of them, and
they're called ski tours. Spending the kids' inheritance.
Yes, yeah, that's right. But yeah, it's so good to hear from George. And as he said, you know, it's second nature. They got that many laps down the Sydney Dragway quarter mile, and you know, second nature for him. As he said, you know, they went the quick drive route for a little while there with the torque converter, but, you know, the clutch, the thing seems to be an absolute beast when it's got the clutch pedal back in it. And, of course, Rodney's normally been on the clutch for that car for a long time. And I remember even, you know, Rocky talking about it. He said, we'll have a crack at the 20B again once we make more power. He said, we're not making, you know, at that stage, you know, power development had sort of peaked. No one was making too much more than that. The 13Bs came sort of nearly right round them. And for a little while there, I was actually starting to wonder, is there going to be a 13B that knocks the first 5 over before the 20B? Because we're in the 6.0s. I think we're 6... I think low 6.1, 6.14, I think, for the 13B, and about 6.08 for the 20B, I think.
Yeah,
okay. We're very close. Very close. Those decimal points might be a little bit off, but I know we'll have someone message me in regards to exactly where we're at.
Is what you're saying. How good is it to see the full staging lanes when we look out the back? And
yeah, we're ready to rumble.
We're pretty much ready to rock and roll down here. It doesn't look like we're going to be down for too long as far as any kind of cleanup or anything like that. So they did contain the breakage under that GTR without too many problems. The good thing, it didn't go too far down the racetrack. I say that with the greatest of respect, but we've already lost enough time this morning due to oil downs. A reminder for all the racers out there, please make sure your fittings are tight, your catch cans are loose, make sure that your air cons are off if you happen to have them. Just all the little things that are going to help us try and get back on time here, because it does look like I think we're going to lose the third qualifier already today. So
yeah, we've already had that crossed.
Due to the the downtime that we've got. So that is unfortunate, but that's all right. It is what it is.
It does happen.
Exactly. So we're not too far away from our next car coming through. Who we got?
We had Pro Turbo, but now
J315.
Oh, J315.
Yeah.
Didn't really see that in there, but there we are. We've got a J315. How many J315s do we have?
That's what I'm just trying to ascertain. We've got one. Sharif Tawaf.
Sharif Tawaf is back.
Yep, he's out there. So
couldn't get Sharif on a 275, eh? So we've got Sharif.
We've got him on a 315.
All right, so Sharif Tawaf. Now this thing is one crazy LSA from my understanding. We're not going to hear it over these rotaries, by the way. Isn't it good to be able to go to an event where the V8 gets
overshadowed,
dissolved into the background?
That's a little harsh.
I know. That is
a little harsh. This is a quick car, this thing, though.
Yeah, Sharif did sort of talk about how quick it is of its type. It's actually of that sort of body. It's a little bit of a unit. Oh, the Things the 315's off the hit. And he's just going to roll it through. Hopefully Sharif's got nothing leaking there, but he's just going to... And that's the problem when you've only got 2 qualifiers now, is that you've got to really make those count. And that went to the 8th as well, by the way. So...
Yep. All right, next up, looks like Lee Doherty down there.
Oh, this is Pro Compact time. This is Pro Compact thanks to McKernan Associates. And nothing gets me more G'd up than watching the What Up GRX2 of Queenslander Alan Dodd.
This is starting to get into the category that really, this is what Jambo's all about, isn't it?
Yep.
You know, Pro Compact, this is the bread and butter. This is where it all started back in the day.
Oh, yeah. And this is a good field too. Lee Doherty and Alan Dodd. So Alan from Queensland, Boost Works and Billet Inc. Lee Doherty from Hilltop, New South Wales, the MX-5. So he's from Pro Image, sponsored by Pro Image Finishes. Dodd's sponsored by CQ Rotary Power Seals and his own business, Alan's Concreting.
Tell you what, Lee has had this car for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, it'd have to be close to 20 years, I reckon, Lee's had this car.
It's a hell of an evolution, isn't it, to see the car go through the variety of different...
And it did. It went from the street registered to the quick street car to the dedicated race car through to what you see in front of you now, which obviously is a fair way removed from all that. So
I just saw the nitrous purge on Lee's thing. So, you know who else had nitrous on their car last night when they were warming up? The Pack Mazda 6. Georgie's got some spray. He goes, oh, we might put it on if we need it.
Give it a little bit of a kick.
What's wrong with a bit of spray on it? Let's just see. All right, What Up G, methanol burning, 13B. Both sides, I would say. Lee Doherty, Alan Dodd, first hit of McKernan Associates Pro Compact. On we go. It's an auto for Doherty. Oh, Dodsey's pedalled it. No, he's back on it. He sort of shook or did something. 105 in the 60 foot. They hit the stripe. 883 to a 768. So what up G, 105 in the 60. Somewhere after first gear change, either it didn't shift or did something. He took a while to settle, got back on it and still got an ET down anyway.
A lot of smoke out of the car for Dodd there down through the turnout area as well. So
here we go. The
hopefully
boys.
Nothing too drastic down there.
Okay, Piston versus Rota here. Look at this little 3RZ Starlet of Peter Kyprios.
The wheelie bar, from the wheelie bars to the rear axle is almost as long as the rear axle to the front end.
Yeah, 80-inch wheelbase, I think. Sam, Peter's the dad. Of course, Pete was early Jamboree OG back in the old days of Turbo 18 RGs and stuff. Here's Rodney, though. So, listen to that 3RZ now.
Is that what's in it, 3RZ?
That's a 3RZ. It's actually a legal double D gas car.
Yeah,
so
right.
it is mechanical injection.
Yeah, okay.
So it's not actually got EFI on it. But he's gone into deep into the 7-second zone in double DG. But here he is running, and we also had Camilleri in Pro Turbo. That's a legal double D GA car.
Yep.
But no, Kip's done pretty well out of this. It's got a I think it's got G-force in it. But this car, they do pretty. I think that's Peter at the door there, Dad. I think they build a pretty big 3RZ, I can tell you. And what about the Pack boys, Rodney Raham? They build themselves and their customers the very best. And as you said, we make power, we sell it.
Yeah.
And that's what they do.
That's
this
the
is
business.
the business.
They are in the horsepower business. It's what they do.
If they did not turn up at racetracks and run numbers, they wouldn't be as big as they are.
The one thing I will say, it is cool to see a 13B coming out of the Pack Performance.
He's not straight here, Georgie.
No, he's a long
Rodney.
way.
Rodney's pointing. Rodney's not lined up straight there. I can see from here that thing's a little bit crooked.
It's actually pointing at the end of the blue paint, just in front of the Christmas tree, and that's probably where it's going to go. Yep, exactly.
No, it did. It went 107 in the 60. So we saw Dodd at What Up G at 105. We saw Rodney there at 107. Kip as well, 138 to the 60. And both guys just giving it up, whether they got the big tyre on it or not.
Yeah. And
But how's this? Like, it's I can't believe it. He's almost part of the furniture. Look at the bloke standing in front of the water. It's none other than Oso again down here from Puerto Rico. So he's over here again. I saw him on a video 2 weeks ago on the start line in Puerto Rico. Oso Tech.
Right.
He is everywhere. He's back in Australia.
Is he everywhere, man?
He is. He's. I tell you what, this guy is renowned for just having his hands on some of the fastest import equipment in Puerto Rico, especially, and here I guess as a guest of John Blanche and Steve Barnett with the blueprint.
Yep.
And I think the goal is one thing, and that's to be number 1 13B again in Australia.
And he's got Simon Iwanu over in the Rocket Industries lane, the purple RX-8. Looked like he had a decent burnout going, but it's just cut out down there. Not sure if it jumped out of gear or something. Strong burnout from Steve Barnett, who has been persisting with the 13B for so long now. For so long.
You see, he's got Billet Pro in his corner, so we've got all these different Billet Pro. We've got Billet by Pack, we've got Billet Boss, we've got Billet Pro, we've got Billet Inc.
Mazworks.
We've got
all the different rotary engine shops and engine houses around the place. And as George said, you've got to build horsepower. You can't buy it. You can't just go out there and buy it off the shelf. You actually need to make things. You need to innovate when it comes to horsepower in rotary cars.
Yeah, so Steve Barnett there from DY New South Wales, Simon Ionu from Thomastown, Victoria. So Mr. Promaz and JBR, John Blanche Racing. So again, that thing's not straight either. Look, that just looks a little cocked. It's not as bad as the
It's not as bad as the
previous run.
It's not as bad as the Pat car.
So this might be a run. Now remember, they throw so much at these things on the start line. Those tyres, they either grip, let them control that power in low gear and it doesn't shake, or it's going to shake.
Yeah, they grip and rip, or they shake your brains out, one or the other.
So let's just see what happens here right now.
It's actually, these cars are not easy to stage straight either, and it's hard to blame the crew for it because the shape of them, they naturally taper towards the front end, so the sides are never actually flat.
So there's Oso there on the start line, and it's so good to have him here in Australia again, as is Camilo Bad Bunny Velez.
Whoa, way out of it for Simon Iwanu.
102, half track 419. Check this one out. 49, 210. 649, 210 is their first shot down the track today. Sorry, Rusty. 101 for Ionu, though, so he came out at like a rocket.
Yeah,
Barnett.
That was actually on a better run for Iwanu.
102 to the 60, half track 419, 172 mile an hour, 649, 210. So, whoa, they want that number 1 spot back, and that's not a bad number to start with.
And as you said, Iwanu was 101 to the 60, so he was actually quicker. If that thing stuck, it would have been on a number, but he did a great job of gathering it up before it crossed over the centre line. Door actually came open as well. It turned that hard.
Is that right?
Yeah, the right-hand door came open. So he'll take the first exit down there. The fire crew will assist him off, and we'll keep moving on with the next matchup, which will be, looks like the Mixed Motorsports car in the Rocket Industries lane.
Yeah, that was just a crazy, crazy leave.
Where's our button? We lost our
Do
button.
we have a button?
Do we have
normally a button here?
Well, there used to be a button.
It hasn't had a button for years, apparently. We haven't had a button for years up here. Just to switch it over. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
It's been a while.
You're doing pretty well, Rusty. You're not doing too bad at all. But it's so good to see Oso here from Oso Tech. He was here last year, of course, when at Jamboree, and we're doing the trophy presentation. We thought, well, let's get Oso up here, and he comes over, and just as he gets to the top step of the stage, the next step's like a doozy. It's about half an inch to an inch taller, and Oso's nearly gone flat on his face on the stage.
So it's going to be Jurgen Piscopo up next, and he's going to be taking on Sam Afchal in the
Baghdadi
down there. Yeah, Mick Baghdadi car, the Mixed Motorsport car. Problems in the burnout for both car, actually. Datsun got a little bit further down, but Afchal is going to back it back into the water, try and get a little bit more heat into those big rear slicks.
Yeah, now Sammy.
Ooh, I can see Pro Mod coming up in the lanes too. Not too far away.
Sammy just needs to give it a lot more juice out of the... oh, look, that's it. Enough skid for him, right?
Well,
So, of course, this is...
You got to remember, Sam as well is used to being able to pedal a car in a burnout because he used to drive in the Pro Slammer.
Yeah, so he's had a steer of
Duster.
a couple of things. He's supposed to be running in Factory Extreme his RX-8, but he's driving the Mixed Motorsport S15. This thing has gone, I think, 670s from memory, so it's no slouch. Got a billet Mazworks SR20 block in it. So this thing, still a three-quarter chassis car. So Mick Bad Daddy bought this God knows how many years ago from the United States, and it was what they used to call the class modified. So it's a three-quarter car.
Yep.
So it's not quite all full chassis, even though it's got more bars in it. It's pretty much a pretty stout deal. Let's just see what happens. There's not too many piston cars in McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Let's just see how they go. Trying to bring it in, Savvy. You've got 7 seconds. He's going to bring it in now. Big revs, boys. Come on. All right, so Jurgen.
That's steam.
Is it steam?
That's steam.
Okay, the way that came out, well identified too, Rusty, by
Yes.
the way. That's, how could you tell? Not smoke.
It's not smoke.
But dissipated.
Look, it's actually sliding in it up at the top end of the racetrack.
That's not good. That's
Yes.
not good if it's water. But, well, let's just check. So hang on a sec. So we've got... Yeah, okay, so we're just going to check that out right now. So, look, I've seen Oso here.
Yep.
I think we've got Gabby Chassis down here. Is that right, Gabby down here on the start line, the red hat? I think that's Gabby as well.
Quite possibly.
And we've got Camilo Bad Bunny Velez, who was driving the Ghost for Tony Grigic. But for those people that may or may not know, last night he actually binned the Ghost pretty good last night.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, there was Janie sent me a video of it last night on the run.
Everyone all right, more importantly?
Yes, I think he's all okay. I saw his Facebook post. And you know what? It's amazing how many people know the guy, because he did put a post on there to say that he's okay for those people that heard about the crash. Because remember, the stream was on, right? So we had the live stream on here last night. And then just that incident happened. Obviously, you know, where our cameras were, we didn't have all ones at the end, so we couldn't see the way it really ended close up.
It was past the finish line, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. He was driving it down. He was pulling gears. He was keeping his foot into it. The thing was moving around. He was still steering it like he did at the previous run where it did all that, and then it just sort of bit him, and the thing's gone off, and he's off the throttle. The thing then hits the wall, and then it careers back over and actually rolled after that at lower speed, mind you, but still, nothing's really good when it does that. And the thing was an absolute mess, which is a shame. So unfortunately for the current campaign for Bad Bunny, it did not end really well for him, unfortunately.
Now, we have just heard that apparently there is going to be a clean-up out there, so they're going to have to get out there and bag this one by the look of it. So that is unfortunate. It is a timely reminder as well. I know you've said it a couple of times this morning, Mr. Diggles, but if you do happen to have a problem on your run, you think for whatever reason there might be something coming out of your car, pull over to the wall and stop. When you're down to a safe speed, pull over to the wall and stop. Best case scenario, the official comes over, looks under the car, says, yep, nothing coming out, keep it going on your merry way. Worst case scenario, you've stopped, there's stuff coming out of your car, it localises the cleanup, and we don't have to do virtually a full track cleanup down there, which is what we're going to have to do now. Matty Cav, you're down there on the start line, mate. What is going on, my friend?
Oh, look, there's a bit of bad news. This looks like half track. We're going to have to rice-hole that track. So there's a fair bit of cleanup going to happen in lane number 2, so that could take us 5 minutes, in the words of Diggles. Just 5 minutes.
That's my 5 minutes.
Look, couple of good bits of news. Teams have been out here testing the start line like they do with their grip meters, and we're up around the 390, 400 mark. Temperatures are about 90 degrees. So the track is in absolutely mint condition at the moment. Hopefully with the sun staying on it, the way the guys are doing the track preparation, that means we're going to be in for some insane racing, especially later on, especially we get some mine shaft conditions maybe, as the air maybe gets a little bit better in the afternoon. In the meantime, though, we don't stop making noise at Jambo. That means we're going to bring out 2 of the country's finest burnout cars, not too far away.
I thought that was why we brought Diggles along, because we don't stop making noise.
You stop me to make noise. I'll hit tons more balls out if you like, but it's just the time for the well, we're going to have to clear that area.
Just keep your balls away for now.
Oh no, I love getting them out and I love hitting them. So
We'll do a little bit of that a little bit later on, but we're going to get some burnouts out there for the fans that are sitting in the stands and just taking it all in. We've got a whole bunch heading out right now, probably going to get down into the pits, into the Trader Rally.
Yeah.
Do not go past Jam Central without having a look, because let me tell you, grab that merch. It's got all the latest colours and styles, and there is something there for every budget. If you want a little turbo key ring, they've got it. If you want to get some old, we've got some DVDs of old Jambos there as well. They're at a good price. We've got everything from sun visors to beanies to hoodies to shirts, and as we said, the latest designs and caps as well. They're all there. So if you are heading out there now for a look, because we have given you the diagnosis that we've got water and oil there, and we've got to clean that. Well, we've got to get hooking in.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, it's a great chance to go for a bit of a wander down through the Trader Alley that we've got around the place. You've got Jambo Central up there on top of the hill. Garrett Advancing Motion up there, Motive DVD as well. You've also got, of course, the Shannon Show and Shine over on the eastern side of the racetrack. If you head over there, you've obviously the kids' rides, the jumping castles, the big slide. You may have to kick Matty Cave off the big slide to get on there, but either way, I'm sure the kids will get up there and have a great time. And I've just had a look up there, and I think I've seen a Mustang with gull wing doors. That's something that I have not seen before.
How good's that?
Yeah.
How good is
something
that?
a little bit different. There's even a 57 Chev up there by the look of it. Not the kind of thing you usually expect to see at Jambo, but we'll accept everybody. We're a wide-ranging a group of people here, aren't we?
We can do it. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised, that sort of gull wing stuff, there'd be some mob that's built them, because now the Mustang's a worldwide platform now. You get a Mustang in every country. Well, let's see if someone will buy the gull wing conversion, and I'm sure there's a gull wing conversion. Look, hats off to them if they'd actually done that themselves, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that you can get for the Stangs, because sometimes you'll see two Mustangs not exactly the same. They've got different grills, headlight things. Now, look, folks, put your hands together as they come back, our two drivers that had a crack in that last pairing. It was Simon Ionu and Steve Barnett. 101 in the 60 there for Simon. Steve Barnett, 49?
Yeah, 6:49.
I've just had word back from Janie where the mark's 48.
Really?
So 49.
He's right on the money.
So Steve, not a bad hit at 49. And Matty Cavill, we've got a chance for a quick chat there with Steve.
I think we've got to pull Steve up quickly, because we hear the numbers of 48 you're looking for, but at 49, you're just within a hundredth of a second.
Yeah, it's a good start to the day. We're just out here really to qualify this morning, so things are turned right down. We're going to turn it up tonight, though. So, yeah, we're happy with that start. We'll get going for this afternoon.
How's the car feeling on track? You liking the conditions here?
Yeah, it felt great. It's a little warm this morning. We had a long wait, all the oil downs and everything, but everything feels great. The team's really pumped, and we're just happy to be here. Great Jamboree. Finally, good weather in Sydney again, too.
Look, you're staying calm, but are we going to see the 48 or quicker? Is it in the car?
Oh, most definitely, yeah. We can definitely go deep into the low sixes with this car, and I've got the best tuner in the world here, and two Puerto Ricans helping us out, the best crew ever, so I can't see why we can't do it.
Let's bring that record back.
Absolutely.
Let's make it happen here at Jamboree, ladies and gentlemen. Not far away, we've got the burnout cars coming out on the burnout pad here at Sydney Dragway. We're getting them out of the way. Our safety officials getting into their positions, and yeah, let's smash some tyres.
Yes. It's an Aussie tradition, isn't it? In Australia, we celebrate by smashing tyres.
It's just, it's a language of love here in Australia.
And isn't it funny that, guys like Cletus go and take that back to the States, and he's now doing burnout comps where he's getting sellouts.
It's gone off over
He's
there.
getting sellouts. So, you know what? If we're looking for car cultural ambassadors, Cletus is kind of doing a pretty good thing. He's got an audience of about 3 million on YouTube. He's got himself a whole racetrack and a burnout pad, and he's getting these guys into the mood to do it. In fact, he's boganising America slowly but surely. Is that a word?
Well,
Boganising?
look, you start with the hillbillies, and then you convert the hillbillies across the
the
Bogans.
rednecks and the hillbillies over to Bogans. Here we go. Oh, okay. All right. Well, this means there's going to be a little bit of tyre shredding action here. Dano 1200. No, it doesn't have a 13B in it. No, it doesn't have a CA18 in it. No, it doesn't have a 2J in it. That's blown and injected. Small block action. Whoa. It's gone off early.
Certainly does look like he's gone off early.
Oh, Australia.
Oh, yes, that limiter bash. Oh, yes. Clap, cheer, and whistle if you like what you're seeing, folks. That's the way. All right, we've got a Capri just about to... Yes, that's right, skids. Oh, yeah, plenty of smoke down there.
Diggles, I don't know about you, but the crowd has run right to the fence here.
Have
I'm going to
they?
count it out. We've got about a 30-metre tip in here from Danny. He's not over yet.
No.
The Blown Outlaws, ladies and gentlemen, here putting on some burnout demonstrations this weekend at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree here at Sydney Dragway.
Oh, yes. Where are they gone? We've seen one go.
Yeah, we've
well
seen two
done.
go.
Oh, I didn't see the second one. I'm too busy reading text and doing all that sort of stuff. So a little bit more action there. But
You need a personal assistant, Diggles.
I am going to need one.
Do want to say massive thank you to our naming rights partner for Sydney Jamboree this year, Garrett Advancing Motion, the leading automotive turbocharger provider supplying technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. That's impressive in itself. Their innovative turbo technologies for all applications enhance vehicle performance, fuel economy and drivability. They cover the full range of engine sizes from sub 1 litre economy 3-cylinder engines to premium and high performance V8s and V12s. Massive thank you to Garrett Advancing Motion. Also our presenting partners here this weekend, Link Engine Management and tunersedge.com.au. Our official product partners, Lotus Caravans, who have got a fantastic display down there in the Trader Alley, Bullet Race Engineering, Oceana College of Technology, Pepper Money, Castrol Edge, Shannon's Insurance, Precision Turbo and Engine, McKernan Associates, Fueltech, Every Trade Group, Speedflow. The list just keeps on going on. And, of course, Modified Compact brought to us by Bosch Motorsports here this weekend. Huge lineup of sponsors. Can't do it without them. So make sure you do support every single one of the partners that kick in for Jamboree to support this fantastic event here at Sydney Dragway.
Absolutely. And, of course, don't forget the Shannon Show and Shine up there. It's at 12:30 now, so we're scheduled at about 2-ish. I think we had on our schedule to do the trophies there. And if Matty Cav can hear us, no, it's all right, mate. You don't have to respond. But it looks like they're right for microphones up there. So when you do go up there, you won't need to bring a mic. They've got their own setup up there. So when we do that at 2-ish or whatever, here comes Jurgen, right? So we come right up the guts here because the burnout guys were on. So we brought the truck up there. So look, it's hard to tell what's happened other than it's
still bleeding.
It's crapped itself. Yeah, that's kind
it's
of
still
what
bleeding
it is.
on the back of the trailer.
Yeah, whatever it was is not a
is
good
that a
result
technical
for
term,
them.
is it?
Oh, there's other terms for it, but yeah, I just had to clean it up there and just say that it's crapped
Oh,
itself.
that's the clean version.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
copy.
Everyone else knows there's a million other ways you can describe it as.
Copy that.
But, for rotaries, it's not normally a little issue like that. I mean, with a reciprocating engine, you will have the occasional con rod out, kick a rod out. Very rare you'll break the cranks with any of these things because they're normally pretty strong unless you're going insane with the power delivery.
Yep.
But, rotors, they're more of a...
They're hard on rods, aren't they?
Well, back in the old days, they'd crack a plate or something like that. Very rarely, unless You know what I mean? Unless there's been a failure in their sealing system on the engines, that it actually pressurised the cooling system. And as you said, you saw steam.
Yeah.
So you saw something there that started as steam.
Yep.
It's ended up with oil out of that as well. So if oil and water are together, well, all it's got to be is because you won't have any rotary that still doesn't have water through them. You just cannot run these things, I don't think, with just dry. You know what I mean? It's not like a blow-on Hemi door slammer engine that you can run on methanol. And yes, it does get hot, but it's, it's manageable heat. It actually helps you. But with a rotary, there's that much surface area. There's that much of a rotor actually, it's touching the side, it's touching the ends. There's all this sort of light friction in those engines. So they do generate a lot of heat. So you've got to keep the water in those things. I just don't think you can run them dry like that. So if that has pushed a seal out, and, it's got the water and the oil there, obviously, and it's done what it's done.
Now, I'm just going to go down to Matty Cav because I've never seen him look quite as confused as he is right now. I don't know what he's trying to actually say.
What do you mean he looks confused?
I look confused every day I wake up and get out of bed. Anyway, there are some droplets falling from the sky.
No.
However, there is daylight all around us. So I am confused because it's drying up the moment it hits the ground.
Yeah.
It's windswept.
There is no black clouds behind it. There's no dark clouds. I don't think it's going to be around for long, but we are getting a small sprinkle down here.
It's blowing out of the commentary box from Diggles's mouth.
Exactly.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So show and shine, guys. They can stay up there with Shannon's insurance. Stay up there. You're barely going to get your car wet.
Yep.
I think by the time we clean up down the far end, this will be dry already.
Sorry about that. That was me salivating. Sorry, that's just me salivating over what I can see on our CCTV of the staging lanes here, because we've still got Pro Mod and we've still got Factory Extreme. We've got them all ready. I saw Colin up there having a bit of a look there. He was in his war suit, so the fire suit with the hands device. He's ready to let loose as well. But sometimes you just can't buy a trick. Sometimes when it comes to this stuff, so
we can see Pro Mod down there in the lanes, and I just want to run through this list because this is like a serious list of hitters in Pro Mod here this weekend. Stuart Bennett, can't go past him. The LS powered Pontiac GXB. Jeremy Callahan is on that list as well. Daniel Camilleri, Rob Campese, another super quick car. Paul Canulli, Paul Chabotto, Jack Danaher, Peter Lovering, Jerry Sarafoglu, Ivan Tesic, and Stu Walsh.
Yeah,
that is a monster lineup of Pro Mod cars.
And I'm loving that variety there too. Yeah, I can just see off our little camera at the back there, the odd little light sprinkle. And again, we don't know. It's just this little one above us here.
It's out the back, but not out the front.
Yeah, it's weird. But anyway, just hold fire for a sec while I'll go down and see if I can't get the old forehand sorted and crack a few around. So breaking back with more as we do the little clean up on the track, and we're just going to wait for a bit of the sprinkle to die up. But of course, it's at that stage that hopefully won't get too much heavier than it is, even though we've got a few people out there heading for shelter, because maybe it is getting a bit higher, a bit more. But we'll see what we can come up with shortly.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow. That would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
We have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Oceania College of Technology. An RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
Car in the States. He's here as well, Rafael Rivera. And, of course, we've also got Camilo Bad Bunny Velez here. So four guys from Puerto Rico here this weekend to be a part of the Sydney Jamboree, and I hope they've had a great stay. I'm sure they get the occasional rain event in Puerto Rico as well, so It's something that's we're no strangers to. We're at the mercy of the weather. Let's just hope once this stuff dumps, we can get to drying stuff up. So we ain't canning this yet, so stick with us, folks. We just got to do the best we can. And we trust that we would have you stick around for a bit. We thank you for your patience.
Just a shout out to everyone on the stream there, of course, too. We're just in this situation where we're just sort of just pulling up ranks for the moment while we let this rain settle up. So for those people on the link and on the live stream, we'll just be a small break there as we endeavour to get back running once we have the rain stop and we can dry it all up.